Yo, what's good? Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, man. What's up? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good, man? Yo, I ain't gonna hold y'all too long. Happy Friday to everybody. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Man, look, I just wanted to kind of start off the show with something appropriate, something Illuminati-esque. You know what I'm saying? Yo, you see the title, yo. Prince Andrew arrested. Y'all know who Prince Andrew, right? You know the royal family with King Charles and um all of Princess Diana kids or the royal family. Check this out. We are joined now by Epstein survivor Marina Lacerda, and we should note Marina is joining us from an airport. So if you're hearing any background noise, that's why. Marina, thank you so much for coming on with us. We don't know the charges just yet, but what's your initial reaction to the arrest of former Prince Andrew? Well, first of all, this is a huge step. There has been an arrest, right? So that means that investigations will happen. And I think that's what's important here. It's important that they are taking steps. And I think that, as Americans, we need to take a look at ourselves and say, hey, what are we doing here in our country? What are we doing to take action and bring accountability? And I think this is the biggest question. But as for, former Prince Andrew, I'm, very thrilled to say this is just the beginning. Look at that nigga face, boy. He look disgusted. We talking about the royal family. We talking about global type situation. You know what I'm saying? So you got kings and queens and princesses and shit. See, this sex trafficking shit is a global phenomenon. a global phenomenon. So it ain't just United States where motherfuckers is getting fucked up. Like I said on the last live, yo, there are 6 million files that exist, but only 3 million were actually released. And out of that 3 million, there's so many names that have been redacted and stuff like that. So check it out.
Very big. We've seen those fast and furious consequences for some people tied to Epstein in other countries, which we were just discussing. You touched on it as well, but in the U.S. so far, really the consequences have been limited to the professional sphere. Does that feel like the start of accountability that you've been waiting for?
I'm in Norway right now. And I just did something really, really big here. And we touched base on Princess Meta. And she actually responded to the statement, to the interview that I did. And I'm so grateful for that. And doing something in the UK that I did, towards and asking Prince Andrew to come forward.
Time out. She just said she in Norway. Norway. Prince Andrew is the Prince of England. See, I'm telling you, we're dealing with whole country now, whole countries which government participate in sex trafficking like a sex ring, bro. This is a global phenomenon. This ain't just in the United States, yo. This is big business. And we're going to get more into that as we unpack this shit. Man, I appreciate everybody for being here. Happy Friday, yo. Salute, salute, salute.
And bring accountability was something that took very long and we had no answers.
Big War.
The UK was
What up, bro?
come forward, take action.
Man, bless you, brother. Bless you, brother. Bless you, bless you. And if I got you in here, I already know you on the same type of time, man. So salute to you. Salute the Big War, man. Salute to the big homie. But yeah, bro, it's the whole world, Big War. And check this out, Big War. You see a divide in within the whole country. It's the people who support the sex trafficking shit, and it's the people who oppose to it. You see what I'm saying? And what's crazy is, like, out of those Epstein files, Big War, 3 million files still exist that the DOJ said they not releasing, and the government can't do nothing about it. So there was 6 million files, and only 3 million at a release. And the Department of Justice said we not releasing the 3 million, and you can't do shit about it. That's even more crazy, which lets me know the whole world support it. So, like I said, Big War, when you be talking like, bro, what what good news? Like, what, you know what I mean? Doom and gloom. Where else is there? This is where we at with it, brother.
And that is a big thing. And I really can't seem
Got
to
a
understand
goddamn
why
prince getting
they're
arrested.
just holding on and taking so long to start investigations. We have a lot of proof here on these emails with, Epstein going back and forth. And it's just very confusing why we're taking long, why the DOJ, why the FBI has not yet to take action. And it's something that all American people
You hear that?
are asking. We are in the United
Hold on.
States.
She said she confused. She don't know why the DOJ, why the department, why the FBI, why ain't nobody acting on it? Why everybody dragging their feet to the shit? We already know why. We know why.
We demand justice.
We did see, of course, Ghislaine Maxwell face justice for her actions involving Jeffrey Epstein. And you have this ongoing oversight committee investigation with lawmakers who went to Ohio yesterday. They deposed Les Wexner, this billionaire who was a pivotal financial partner of Jeffrey Epstein's. But Wexner denies any wrongdoing. He claims he was conned by Epstein and was unaware of the crimes. We do know the DOJ had listed him as a possible.
My boy Big War said it. It's the whole world.
Documents that have now come out as part of the Epstein Transparency Act. And yet he told those lawmakers that the DOJ and the FBI never questioned him. What's your reaction to that?
I think the FBI and the DOJ seems to be lacking, to do their job. right? I think we already have to go
Ain't
back.
nobody, ain't nobody lacking. Ain't nobody lacking. Donald Trump put a new head of director of the FBI, Patel. You feel me? Every every Middle Eastern dude that that's in that nationality, bro, their last name is Patel. I ain't lying, bro. You can go all over the world. Hell, all on. Patel, Patel, Patel. Yeah.
Names correctly, and then they redacted all of those names, including the West
Man,
Baxter,
salute to
they
y'all,
redacted
man.
and
God bless y'all. Thank y'all for being
Congress
here.
go there and figure out that, you know, his name was there and he is one of the people that we should be investigating. I think the DOJ and the FBI are really, really having a tough time doing their job. And I think that, you know, we need to find other ways to figure out how we're going to investigate this and move this forward because
Hold
we are
on,
able
time
to
out.
keep up.
Man, that whole sound crazy. And I don't mean she a whole literally, just figurative. But think about it. She's saying the FBI and the Department of Justice are failing to do their job, and we need to figure out how can we pursue this. What are you talking about? What other way? If we have been indoctrinated since birth to obey the laws of the land, and we're talking about law enforcement, how are you gonna go above their head unless you don't take the spiritual route? What are you gonna do? Outgun them? I mean, what can you do? This hasn't even been brought to the forefront until this administration. Let's talk about that shit. Look about how long this shit has been going on. And just this president, this administration, we have now seen some shit. And what's fucked up is his name in it. And the people he know and fuck with name in it. And not only that, he signed an executive order that not only they bringing in the Clintons, but any other president that his name has been mentioned in this shit is liable to a deposition. So it's a lot of moving parts, man. I'm like, what the hell is going on? But I will say, previous to this administration, this shit has not even made the floor. You know what I'm saying? So that's something to be noted. I just think in reality, the whole world, being that there's so many classified documents that have been declassified since this administration, not just the sex ring. But with MLK's death, which we touched on some the other day with the passing of Jesse Jackson, RIP, we touched on that on my last live, and just everything that's going on in the world. The world is consciously waking up. Now you must ask yourself why. Why all of a sudden everybody is getting a good heart and shit and finding faith and shit. Come on, man. What I'm saying, all of this shit is a distraction for the bigger picture. They have never told us the truth about nothing. And everything that we get, all the news, everything is secondhand and it's always late. It's always late. When they come out, when they come on TV breaking news, that shit ain't breaking, man. It's breaking in your ass and my ass. But let's continue.
Their job, that they are able to keep up and reach out to the important and the rich and the prominent men that we do know.
We saw Attorney General Pam Bondi say, as she was testifying.
Time out. One of the victims said, "Follow the money." So when we're talking about the banks, Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan, Chase Bank, they won't fuck with that because the banks, no matter what the hell they do, they always get bailed out, don't they? Don't the banks always get bailed out every time something go wrong? Every time they are brought before Congress, misappropriating funds and shit, they still get bailed out. So what makes you think that they're gonna be any different? But that's what one of the victims said, yo. She said, if you really want to get to the root of this shit, you follow the money. That's when you start calling out the banks. And I ain't heard too many people want to do that. Let's continue.
lawmakers, I think it was last week now, the DOJ would welcome survivors reaching out with more information. Have you had any communications with the DOJ?
I was there at that hearing with Pam Bondi, and I gotta say, she really dehumanized us. It was really, I would say embarrassing on her behalf not to turn around and acknowledge us. The DOJ has not reached out. The FBI has not reached out. Pam Bondi has not reached out. Cash Patel has not reached out.
Patel. Patel is the director of the FBI. Pam Bondi ain't reached out. Nobody from the Department of Justice reached out to the victims, y'all. She's one of them. Check this out. Most of the victims that's names in the files, they're not redacted. But the person that's connected to the victims, that's in the files, their names are redacted. Are you kidding me? All their personal information of the victims is exposed. But the alleged people that's attached to them, their names are redacted. Don't you see what's going on here? So at the least, they only witness protection they got is this, the media. They are encouraged to go to the media because they don't got no help from law enforcement, yo. Let's continue.
And I love how they say that they have a clear communication line with us. And I gotta say, it is not true. We have tried. We will continue to try, and it would be an honor to meet with them. And actually, maybe they should feel honored to meet with us because we have a lot to tell them.
What does it tell you that they haven't reached out?
My bad, y'all.
Great. Michael, watch me. I'm going down.
My bad.
It's so important that he wins. I'm going to be a fighter every day for this great state. We need to keep our kids and our communities safe.
Happy Friday, y'all, man. Appreciate y'all hanging out.
I think that at the end of the day, they're protecting somebody.
You hear that?
Right? But the question is,
At the end of the day, this is one of the victims now. This is one of the victims in the Epstein file. She says, I believe they protecting somebody. No shit. When you can't even get cooperation or get any type of assurance from law enforcement agencies such as the FBI and the Department of Justice, bruh, they ain't reached out to you, nor did they redact your names in the files, bruh. That's crazy. Of course they protecting somebody. And like I said earlier, one of the victims said, follow the money. So the banks that I mentioned, Chase Banks, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, these are participants that are names and are redacted.
not only who, it's how many people are they protecting. And at the end of the day, we know too much, and they don't want to know what we know. But in those files, which they have read unredacted, completely unredacted, they do know what's in those files and who's in that file, in those files. And I think it's really a question that we all really need to be asking. It's what I said before. Why haven't we taken a step to investigate all these men? And in some cases here, it looks like there are some women involved as well.
Marina will say
Yeah, yeah, you know it's one.
speaking out.
We pointed it out. Gayleen Maxwell, um, Epstein assistant. Yo, you remember the last live, bro? If you watch the last live I showed, that's a motherfucking body double. There's no way, and we could play it today too. There's no way that you can convince me that's Gayleen Maxwell that gave her deposition on that goddamn tape. There's no way. There's too many people that are comparing previous photos to the shit now. Her goddamn nose is big as hell. The eyes don't line up, and it looked like a completely different wig. The jawline is all that shit is crazy, yo. So y'all remind me, yo, to play that shit, man. That's crazy. And they put that shit in your face like we supposed to. That's crazy to me. Crazy work, yo.
Thank you for your courage to come forward and to keep shining light.
That was one of the victims. She in Norway, and the Prince Andrew, he got arrested in England. Okay, like I said, yo, this shit global. Just like Big War said, it's the entire world. You damn right. It might not just be the world, might be some whole other shit. I'm telling you, yo, spiritual shit. So what we're gonna dive into now is so, Ghislaine Maxwell deposition. Ghislaine Maxwell deposition.
Andrew, it was a
You know what I'm saying? Check this shit out, yo. Y'all tell me if this lady or not. She gave her deposition. Okay. This was a deposition she gave in 2016. All right. I'm gonna pause it. Look at this lady's facial features, right? This is 2016. This is a deposition she gave in 2016, yo. All right. Down screen this one. All right. You see how long her nose is, bruh? Look how long her nose is. Look the way her hair is. Now, mind you, this is about 9, 10 years ago. But if you as you see up here, her face is consistent as far as bone structure. She don't really have that much of a jawline, and her nose, where her T-zone is in her face, her nose is more narrow, right? So just check some shit out, y'all.
Can you list for me all the girls that you have met and brought to Jeffrey Epstein's house?
Check the phone intervention. I can only call my family members that were there, and I could not make a list of anyone else because.
Now, time out. Before I press play to continue with her deposition, this is 2016. When she made her deposition last week, everything she said, she pleaded the fifth. Everything. Y'all remember that Dave Chappelle episode when he was like, yo, there's so many amendments in the Constitution, I can only pick one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth. I picked the fifth amendment. Everything they're asking him. Fifth, I plead the fifth. She did the same shit Dave Chappelle did, yo. 10 years later. But when she first had her first deposition, she gave up the goods. Cause she taught. But if she gave her Fifth Amendment and said every single thing, yo, I have retained my right to the Fifth Amendment, she is confident that if she's gonna get the hell up out of there. Immunity. And guess who only could give immunity? A president. How conveniently. Who's the president now? Whose name has been redacted in the Epstein files over 35,000 times? Donald Trump. See what I'm saying? There's some shit going on, bro. This shit ain't got nothing to do with no god freaking politics. None. It's bigger than that. Left wing, right wing, same bird. Let's go.
Actually, I'm talking about during the time when you were working for Jeffrey Epstein, right? Can we list all the girls that you found for Jeffrey Epstein that were under the age of 18 to work for him in any capacity? So findings, that's for you choose the word. You choose the word. Your question asked it. List all the girls that you met and brought to Jeffrey Epstein's home for the purposes of employment that were under the age of 18. I'm going to characterize what examples, which is defining people, adults, professional people, stereotypes, jokes that I listed before. Full person, secretary, house person, chef, pilot. But I'm talking about individuals under the age of 18, not adult persons, individuals under the age of 18. I am the people trying to find people to fill professional jobs in professional situations. That would be a great team. I think we just covered.
God damn, that bitch can't even answer the question. The lawyer asking her like, yo, are all the employees that you brought to Epstein, are they 18? Yes or no? That bitch said, well, I'm just trying to find people qualified for the job. Like, nah, bitch, is all the employees that you brought, are they over or under 18? That bitch, god damn. Now, mind you, 10 years later, supposedly, this lady that they brought in, because that lady that I'm about to show y'all, that allegedly ain't no way in hell that's Ghislaine Maxwell. Hell no. The physical features don't match up. Nothing match up. But anyway, she was pleading the Fifth Amendment. The real one talking. You feel me? So what changed in 10 years? Is it because they allegedly got rid of your boy Epstein? I don't know. Allegedly he committed suicide, right? All right.
And she was close. I'm sorry. She the only individual that you met for purposes of hiring someone for Jeffrey that was under the age of 18. It's a full foundation of mischaracterized the testimony. So I hired people, these are I said that. So I interviewed people for jobs that were professional people for professional things. And I'm not aware of anyone aside from TV was a student changed to 17, but that's
Oh shit. So she hired a masseuse that's 17. They need to go back to the 2016 Ghislaine Maxwell deposition. She talking. This one that they got now, that bitch ain't saying shit. But I plead the fifth. She said that shit about one time the lawyer asked her, like, do you plan on answering every single question I ask you? I plead the fifth. Guess what she said? I plead the fifth. Shit. But this one right here, yeah, she talking. So she hired a masseuse that was 17. Okay.
that sounds more weird, but I can think of that filled any professional capacity. List all the people under the age of 18 that you interacted with at any of Jeffrey's properties. I'm not aware of anybody that I interacted with. I'm 17 at this point. Uh, I have not any experience with
All right, now, we'll pause. I'm gonna ask you one more time to look at the features before I put on the alleged body double. Okay, I'm gonna just come out and say that shit. Cause I don't know who this motherfucker is. A lot of people say is joking and say the new Ghislaine Maxwell look like damn Austin Powers and shit. I don't know. But what I can tell you is I strongly doubt that this lady right here, this curved nose lady, right? Look at that nose. Look at that pointy nose. Looking like Mr. Bean from back today. You remember Mr. Bean? All right. So I don't gotta play it no more because she just admitted to hiring a masseuse that was 17. All right. So I don't want to hear no more of her bullshit. Now, check this one out. Check this new one out.
I hate scams, but Medicare is full of them. Between
Got a commercial, y'all. Hold on.
and thousands of.
All right.
This is a deposition of Miss.
Look at this lady, bro.
Housing and oversight and government reform.
And she got on glasses. I'm gonna see if I can find another video that'll show her face closer. Okay. All right, hold on. This is a 32-second one of the old.
Now 6:15, we turn to your national headlines. Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, refused to answer questions from lawmakers during a virtual deposition. The House Oversight Committee subpoenaed Maxwell
All right,
to
this
testify about her
all right,
role in
look.
Epstein's sex trafficking operation.
Look at this. Look at that, y'all. That's the most recent picture of Ghislaine Maxwell while she was locked up. Look at her hair. Look at the hair. This is when she's locked up. This is the most recent picture. Look, y'all. Her hair ain't even in the same bob. Look. This a mugshot, y'all. This is the last uh photo of Ghislaine Maxwell. Look at this one. Hopefully.
And others who may have been involved. Committee Chair James Comer says Maxwell invoked her.
All right, look at that shit. Look at that nose, bro. That's from back in the day when she had a little short haircut. But this her now.
Maxwell to testify about her role.
This her now. This is her right now. Right? But this is what they showing you in the deposition.
Sex trafficking.
I'm gonna show you.
Turn to your national headlines. Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, refused to answer questions.
Pause. That's the lady they showing you now. I'm gonna get a better view, bro. I'm gonna get a better view.
Now at 6:15, we turn to your national headlines. Jeffrey Epstein.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna give y'all
sex trafficking operation.
one more time so you can see it. That's her now. That's her right now. So now, Ghislaine Maxwell body double. Ghislaine Maxwell's body double. Not the real Ghislaine Maxwell. Hold on. Maxwell's body double. Okay, bam. Check this shit out, y'all.
The first thing that jumps off is that's not her nose. That's not her nose. That
I've worked at Coca-Cola for 21 years.
We're delivering Dr. Pepper from our brand new facility in Dallas, Texas.
I'm really proud to still make Pepsi crowd.
Oh, I say, bro, Prince Andrew, bro, he better, man, shit. You better get the hell up out of there.
the first thing that jumps off is that's not her nose. That's not her nose. That's not her. So they had a interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. I like to call her Ghislaine because that's who she is. And you know how they did a body double on Jeffrey Epstein when they said he committed suicide, and then they switched the body and they got him out the night before. I'm going to show you. We already covered it. I'll show you in a second. But it looks like they're doing the same thing to Ghislaine, and they're doing it right in our face. Watch this.
There's some debate online on whether this is Ghislaine Maxwell or is this Ghislaine Maxwell, or are they both?
So that's obviously not her. That looks like one of the Three Stooges.
That look like Austin Powers, bruh.
Look like
It's groovy, baby.
right?
Groovy, baby.
Maxwell looks like that. You see how high up her ears go? You see how thin her nose is?
That shit crazy.
The nose is, it's obvious.
It's fucking obvious,
You
bro.
can even tell by her eyelids. So you saw this, right, Kurt? You saw that when they tried to pass off this as Ghislaine?
Ghislaine?
Yeah.
I saw the other prison picture. Wait, so this one you're saying is not her?
No, I'm saying
I wish they showed her. Hold on.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
What they need to do, see, look at that shit. They need to show the picture I just showed where she ain't had no bang. Maxwell grew her hair out in prison, y'all. So this, All that shit is irrelevant. Her shit now is she shagged, okay? Her shit here. I just showed y'all. So that hairdo is wrong anyway. There's so much wrong with this shit, bruh. I can tell you.
Going.
Is that so? That doesn't look anything like that other picture, does it, Kurt? No.
No,
It doesn't.
well, I mean,
Well, prison food is known to fatten your nose. That's why so many lifers look like prize fighters from the 40s because they weren't fighting. It was just a sheet cake.
look, the wall comes for us all, Jimmy.
Okay, so here, there's more. So this is like a 3 or 4 minutes long. Watch.
Maxwell. And in the spirit of investigative research, I decided, hey, you know what? Let's line up the photos. Let's take a close look at them, and let's try to be as objective as we can possibly be, trying to steer away from any kind of pitfalls of cognitive bias. So what I did was I put this photo in Photoshop along with 2 other known photos of Ghislaine Maxwell. The first thing I did is I put yellow dots where her pupils are, and then I went from the very top of the ear to the very top of the ear, which skirted right underneath her eyelids. And the reason I did this is I wanted to line up the pupils especially, but I tried to line up the pupils and the ears as well as I could. And when I got all 3 photos in place, there were 2 things that jumped off the screen right off the bat. See if it's as noticeable to you as it was to me as I show you an over picture of Ghislaine.
Well, the first thing that jumps off is that's not her nose. That's not her nose. That's not her.
Eugene Levy, it looks.
It looks like yeah. What is that? Eugene Levy? Who is that?
Man, that's Austin Powers, bruh.
Is that Robert Blake
Look,
with a black wig?
That's Austin. That's Austin Powers.
There's only one way we can tell. Looking at them titties.
Okay, here we go.
Sorry.
Actual before she went into prison. So it's the first thing.
They spread out. They're too close.
Something ain't right.
Look at the space, in it, but the spacing in the eyes between the nose, the spacing ain't right.
But also the ears and the eyes. He's going to tell you. Watch.
Was for me.
I'm looking at it.
It was the nose. Look how right here, right before she went to prison.
It's spread.
W-shaped nose. It kind of dips down. Right here, it's
Ain't no dip.
absent. You don't see that. So here's before, here's after. By the way, this right here was taken from the February 9th deposition. This is February 9th.
February 9th, last week.
Days ago, where she multiple times invoked her
Last week.
right to be silent and not incriminate herself. So here's the deposition photo, and here's a photo before she went to prison. You see that? Now look at the line. This line.
But see, they won't show what I just showed y'all. The picture, her most recent picture, and I'm gonna go right back to it right now. Hold on, I'm gonna go back to this one, but I got to go back, y'all. Cause and they not doing it, and I'm gonna show you this picture right here.
North Carolina needs a warrior. Thankfully, we have one.
Sorry. Fuck out.
Combat colonel who led our troops in
Yes, man.
now she's going to fight in Congress.
This is a fantastic woman, Lori. Fuck out.
It's like, yo, this the biggest midterm in history, bro. That's why they killing you with the ads.
Now at 6:15, we turn to your national headlines. Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator.
Check this shit out. Hold on.
And
Look, y'all. I'm telling you, this is the most recent picture of her. She's locked up. The bang is gone, y'all. That shit gone. Ain't nothing covering her forehead, nothing. You see how long her nose is? You see where her eyes are? That's her. That is the real deal. That's the real deal, y'all. Yeah. And she's locked up. That's a prison wall behind her. Those are prison clothes. That's a prison sweatshirt she got. Look at that. That's a woman's prison sweatshirt. So her attire was off because the whole time she was locked up, when they was recording her, she was in an orange jumpsuit. She was in an orange jumpsuit. So anybody that know about orange, that means you're in a minimal security prison. She was moved from maximum to minimal by Donald Trump, remember? So she was moved. And the Congress, when they was bringing everything out, was saying, like, you know what I mean, she didn't deserve that. But when she did her deposition, she was in a different jumpsuit, clearly this is not what walked in. Whoever did allegedly, whoever made this person up and sent her to do the deposition, they didn't use this as a reference point to pass that off as Ghislaine Maxwell. They used the Bob version, a Bob picture to try. But this is the latest picture off the camera, off the prison camera. Okay? This is her. This is what they should have saw do the deposition. This lady right here. But nah, you didn't get this lady. This is who you got. You got Austin Powers.
This line right here goes from ear top to ear top, but then right here it goes through the top of her ears. It looks like there's maybe a half to 3/4 of an inch on the top. This right here is the very top. Now, I understand there's lighting, there's camera angle. This camera angle right here could be down like this. This camera angle.
Those are not the same ears.
To kind of make things seem just a little bit uneven.
No.
The next thing that jumped out at me was her eyelids. Apparently, there are a couple different kind of eyelids in learning, the monolid and the double lid. In this pre-prison photo, you can see that she has two monolids. This right here kind of is a double, but it goes mono right there. And this is totally mono. And yet from the deposition photo, clearly two double lids. And I'm thinking, okay, what is going on here? So I was grabbing a third photo from her younger days, and you can see that a young Ghislaine Maxwell had the same thing that this Ghislaine Maxwell had. See right here, partial double, and then it goes on to mono. In her younger days, partial double goes on to mono. This right here is clearly mono with a partial double right there, which is consistent with this photo as well. Partial double goes on to mono, partial double goes on to mono. But then when you look at the February 9th deposition photo, full double eyelids. Full double. But the most glaring thing is that nose. I mean, look at this right here.
Look at that shit.
Pretty much lined up. That's another thing too. You can see this goes pupil to pupil, but then when you go to her pre-prison photo,
it's spread out.
Kind of on the outside of her left eye, which is on our right side.
See?
So not even the eyes line up. The nose, come on, give me a break. That is a completely different nose. Are they trying to sell us on the idea that this is a post-plastic surgery prison nose?
Hell no.
Plastic surgery in prison?
Make it so.
Hell no.
Make your nose look fat and stubby like John Belushi.
I just want to point out that when you look at all the photos that are available for Ghislaine Maxwell on the internet, never is she wearing glasses.
Never is she.
Never.
Here's what
Never.
is disturbing me right now. So when I initially saw the photo comparison, Jimmy, it was not these photos he's showing. It was a photo where one is at a different angle.
And matter of fact,
So this, I've never seen this.
I want to say something about that. When I first saw the deposition, that's what I first noticed. I said, why she wearing glasses? And the thing about it, she won't read and shit. All she literally said throughout the deposition, and I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. That's all she said. And didn't read off nothing. So why you got glasses on? I could tell you.
Now, I've seen one where it was a different angle. So somebody put that out on purpose to distract from this one. That's what that means to me.
Or is this a completely different person altogether?
It is.
Because that nose
Hell yeah.
and that nose ain't looking alike. But this nose and the younger nose perfectly match. Look at the eyes, look at the eyelids, look at
Girl's
the
wife.
lips, look at the pupils. Now let's go straight from the youthful photo to the deposition photo. Look at that nose. Completely different. Look at the ears, different. The eyelids, different. Even the brow structure to me looks different, although the hair is kind of obscuring it. But there's another thing about the hair in the deposition.
This shit like a
It's almost
wig.
like they went out of their way to maintain that exact hairstyle.
Didn't I say that?
Other Ghislaine Maxwell photos.
That's right.
Look at this comparison with this to the youth photo and with the older version of Ghislaine Maxwell. It really just seems like they got a hairdresser on the scene, maybe employed a little wig action to make it look as much like a Ghislaine Maxwell hairdo as they possibly can get. They forgot.
They
the
miserably
aesthetic.
failed.
In my view, the placement of the ears, not so much the shape of the ears, is in question. The nose is completely different. The eyelids are
The
completely
jaw
different.
structure,
And
the lips,
about the pupils, the lineup of the
everything,
and the eyebrows.
the neck, everything.
Is this Ghislaine Maxwell the same as this?
Okay, well, I'll tell you what I think. No, it's not the same.
Yeah, she's missing the most important part of all, Jimmy, the joy and optimism in that smile.
Yes. So Bob
The
back,
queen of the ocean.
me and my monkey says, sorry, buddy. So this guy is trying to debunk this guy I'm showing you.
Okay.
He says, sorry, buddy, but are you sure the deposition photo is from the deposition? Looks like somebody used AI to increase resolution. This is the resolution from the deposition.
That's worse. That is worse.
Then the guy comes in and says, even though there may be enhancements, I looked carefully at the deposition video. I'm still seeing a different nose, eyes, and the ears don't appear to line up. And then this guy comes back and says, agree. And thanks for the analysis. The dimensions and shapes don't line up on the original either. Looks like the AI didn't change the dimensions, just thought you should know. So, and then these people come in and say, not even close. I think they do this on purpose to put it in our faces. It's all a game to them. That's where I'm at too, Andy.
Okay,
It's not even
it's
close.
iTunes. It's an iTunes agreement. You don't look at the agreement. You say, I agree to this. You don't know what's in it. So the game is to get you to take an iTunes agreement. Always.
We'll be right back with more of this story after a brief message from our sponsor.
Yo,
Chief?
and mind you, I want to say this is a real thing. These are real. This is a real sex trafficking, satanic type ritual shit going on throughout the whole world. But they playing games. They playing games in your face. Why? Because they expect for you to be sheep, to be stupid, to be told what to think, not to be inquisitive and ask questions. Because then you'll be called a conspiracy theorist, which information is not valid. But look at all the shit that's coming out. All the people who suspect this shit, the Jaguar rights of the world, just people that people discounted, thought they were crazy. Now you got tangible evidence that there is in your face a government cover-up to something much more bigger that you don't know about. That might got something to do with actually eating kids, like with children. Just some unheard of shit. And guess what? What'll be crazy is if everybody get off and don't nothing happen. That'll let you know right there ain't shit that you can do in the planet only but try to control your own environment, meaning your family, your household. Cause this shit right here at the very top is going on. And the only way that I can explain it is God is revealing, God is saving his planet from the bullshit. Because the people and the powers that be, your government, is behind this shit. That's the satanic shit. So the exposure, all I can say is no other regime in my lifetime ever brought this type of thing to light. Now, it's always been rumored, but it has never been brought to the forefront where people can actually be brought on charges. So that's crazy that this happening in my lifetime. So this is monumental. So everybody that's living and actually seeing this going on in real time. Yo, I'm talking about when I say the whole world, I'm talking about the new mayor of New York, his mama, the new mayor of New York, the Muslim dude. His mama is mentioned in the Epstein files. I bet you didn't know that, did you? I'll prove it to you. I'm gonna let my man finish cooking, and then I'll prove it to you. Just to show you, this ain't no joke. The new mayor of New York, mama, is mentioned in the Epstein files. Okay? But like I said, I'm gonna let my man finish cooking with the body double or whatever. and we'll go right into that. How about that? I appreciate y'all. Happy Friday, man. Thank y'all for being here and rocking out, man. Check this out.
Did a refi lower your monthly payment? Yes. Refinancing made getting out of debt feel possible for the first time.
Refinance your student debt with SoFi. You could save thousands and pay off your debt sooner. No fees required.
Mel chili is meal-making chili.
Man, they won't even let you skip it, though.
Michael Watley is not a politician. He's a serious leader ready to solve problems. Watley will stop wasteful spending, drive down prices, and cut taxes so you keep more
A line there.
for you. That's Michael Watley's mission.
Brady Arrow uses AI to build websites that manage appointments from different places online. So I can focus on fixing the work of
JP Morgan expects gold prices.
Hey, boom. What I say? What I say earlier? The victim said, if you want to get some coverage on this shit, follow the money. Didn't I list the banks? Then I say JP Morgan. Then I say Goldman Sachs. Then I say Chase Bank. Then I say this shit. The Rothschild Foundation. International Global Banking. The motherfuckers that run it. These are the people who fund the campaigns for the politicians. This the money behind the machine. The politicians, your presidents, these are the people who finance their campaign. So I'm not gonna donate no money to your campaign without having an interest in your campaign. You understand? So these politicians are bought and paid for. They ain't thinking about your ass. Because they gotta protect the interests of these people. And these people into this shit. Okay? Buying and purchasing. I ain't even gonna get into this. Check it out.
$1,300 per ounce by the end of 2026. This comes against a backdrop where gold has already moved into record territory, having surpassed $5,000
Let me see. I'm gonna show you something.
per ounce just this year.
I'm gonna show you something, bro. Now that we know that she been switched and shit, we're gonna get into some other shit. Whatever shit at. Trying to go to the library. I got y'all. Hold on.
Now reached New York.
Now, mind you, I just told y'all, the mayor of New York, Mama, her name is mentioned in the Epstein files. Remember that? Check this out.
Moving on now to the continuing and deeply troubling Jeffrey Epstein saga. Freshly released Justice Department documents have once again shone a light on the powerful names caught in the orbit of the convicted sex offender. The fallout has now reached New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. The controversy erupted after the latest batch of Epstein-related records mentioned his mother, acclaimed filmmaker Mira Nair. Well, that mention sparked protests and heckling outside his official residence.
She a filmmaker. Hollywood. A filmmaker. Hollywood. I've been saying this on every live that Hollywood is a government agency, just like the CIA, just like the FBI. Hollywood is a government agency, just like the FBI, just like the CIA. Proof. The mayor of New York, Mama, is a filmmaker. Man, I can't make this shit up, man. I can't make this shit up. And look who she taking pictures with. The mayor of New York is the baby. That's why they blurred his face out. That's Bill Clinton. And you know he all up in the Epstein file. And guess who's that? Who that dude right there? That's Jeffrey Epstein. Allegedly, Jeffrey Epstein is the baby daddy of the mayor of New York. This baby right here. Allegedly.
Other acclaimed filmmaker Mira Nair. Well, that mentioned smart protests and heckling outside the mayor's official residence as questions and anger spilled into the street. So what's the connection? Well, Mira Nair's name appears in a 2009 email linked to a social gathering hosted by Ghislaine Maxwell, the convicted associate of Jeffrey Epstein.
Hold on.
Refers to an
I want to go back. I want to go back.
attended by
Hold on.
residents as questions and anger spilled into the street. So what's the connection? Well, Mira Nair's name appears in a 2009 email linked to a social gathering hosted.
Boom. All right. This social gathering, this cabin shit. This property is Queen Elizabeth's. R.I.P. The one that they now thought I never passed. That's funny how as soon as she passed, the queen, all this shit come out. Cause we about to go down a damn rabbit hole that's crazy, okay? This cabin, this picture of Maxwell, and look at this affection. They love each other. They got affection. Crazy. Running a sex trafficking ring. And Jeffrey. You got Jeffrey and Maxwell. Okay. This cabin is owned by Queen Elizabeth. And I will try to pull that image up of her in this same setting right here. Okay? So if you can remind me of that, I got you. Let's go.
Ghislaine Maxwell, the convicted associate of Jeffrey Epstein. Well, the email refers to an after-party event following a film screening attended by several high-profile figures. Importantly, the document does not allege wrongdoing by Nair.
Just left Ghislaine's townhouse. After party for film. Bill Clinton and Jeff Bezos were there. Gene Pagazzi, director.
Bill Clinton and Jeff Bezos. Somebody tell me who's Jeff Bezos? Famous billionaire. What does Jeff Bezos own? I'll tell you what Jeff Bezos own. A nigga own Amazon. Jeff Bezos owns Amazon. And Jeff Bezos also owns an air and space program, just like Elon Musk, which Elon Musk is also mentioned in the files. Yo, this shit is crazy, okay? So Jeff Bezos is a billionaire. Epstein is a billionaire. And Bill Clinton is a millionaire, president, high profile. Maxwell, she just had a private party for all of these motherfuckers. And one of the filmmakers is the mayor, is the mayor's mother. The mayor of New York. Crazy.
Mira Nair, etc. Film received tepid reaction, although women like it much more. Hillary Swank and gear at stupid party in Bloomingdale's cheap sportwear department. Very weird.
Several Brownie's mother Mira Nair's name appears as part of a guest list in an after-party for a film. While the email doesn't mention the film's name, it appears to be the 2009 movie Amelia, directed by Mira Nair, Legal experts have repeatedly stressed that being named in Epstein-related records does not automatically imply guilt or involvement in criminal activity. But the optics have proven.
So if it don't mean that, then why you redacting their names then? If that's the case, and if it doesn't mean that they're implicated in any wrongdoing, why do you insist that the names be redacted? Cause you scared you don't want to incriminate nothing if something do come up. You still got 3 million files that the DOJ said we ain't that fuck y'all. Fuck y'all. We ain't coming out with that shit and do something about it. That's what they said. If 6 million files exist and 3 million, the DOJ said, nah, stick the middle finger up. And that's it.
Sure. Videos circulating online.
So now, just for kicks and giggles, check this shit out.
North Carolina needs a warrior.
Y'all all right? Everybody good? Happy Friday, man. Appreciate y'all being here. Check this shit out.
Appointed to the Department of War by President Trump to keep Americans safe. Now she's going to fight in Congress for you to deport criminal aliens and lower our cost of living.
I'm Lori Buckout. I approve this message.
Never mind,
And
that's-
when they're sold, they come without birth.
All right, check this shit out.
Kidnapping children is not what great nations do.
Y'all know Jim Carrey, he real aware about shit. You know what I mean? You know he like a whistleblower. He don't mind, you know what I'm saying, coming out with some shit, talking shit. So this Jim Carrey. Check him out.
Kidnapping children is not what great nations do. We in America are misinformed. Reality shows have warped our idea of what a hero is. What the truth is.
Kidnapping children is not what this nation is about. The CIA agent, former CIA agent, who they say is also deceased after exposing this, said this about that.
These children are not just kidnapped and in some cases bred by families as a cash crop. We have people in the United States of America that breed children in order to sell them. And when they are sold, they come without birth certificates, which means it's easier to kill them and have no one ask where they are.
Do y'all understand that? Children being bred for the sake of not having to worry about a parent reporting them kidnapped. So this CIA agent said, hey, they're just going to breed the kids. They just breed the kids in America. Epstein's niece said this about her family. Check it out.
The cult of Baal,
Yes.
B-A-L. My family masqueraded themselves as Jewish publicly.
Oh, let me get some shout out. Who pulled up? Who pulled up? Yo. Hey, y'all. Cookie. Hey, Cookie. What's up? How you doing? I ain't even see y'all. I'm out here running my big mouth. Let me see. Shout out to Big Ward again for being the first to pull up. Bless you, brother. Cookie. Hey, girl. Let's see. Yo, Cookie, I promise, yo, it's been going crazy. Look, I've been missing the comments, man. I'm whack, y'all. Hey, man, thank y'all for pulling up on me. What's good? What's good? Damn. Wayne, what up, fam? What up, my guy? Man, I appreciate y'all, man. What is good, yo? Sean, what is the deal? Peace, 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 peace. Sabrina, hey, what's good? What is good with it, man? I hope y'all doing all right, man. Happy Friday, yo. You know what I'm saying? Thank y'all for pulling up on me. Hey, yo, we all family around here, yo. Yo, ain't nothing but positive vibes, yo. Yo, y'all see the title, yo. Prince Andrew arrested, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like, my man, yo, it's been a long time, Wayne. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. Yo, Sabrina, Cookie, Rain, Sean, Kate, everybody. Thank y'all for pulling up. Cookie, man, thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. Yo, we gonna get right back into this shit, yo. This shit is global. Shit is global. Check it out.
Hi.
Hey, yo, this is Epstein's daughter. Now, when I was telling y'all earlier that this is more so of a spiritual thing, that this thing is more so than just having a sex trafficking shit, how you see the country split in two, and only until this administration, sex trafficking shit been going on for forever. You know what I'm saying? But you never seen it brought to the to the forefront as actually being a real thing. You've only been called a conspiracy theorist if you ask questions about it. But this shit is letting you know through these files how much has been classified, how many names of your favorite person, their names is straight redacted. And you got the witnesses that can't even go to the FBI for any type of support. Like the shit is crazy. Like the victims telling you, yo, there's no way I feel safe being that my name is not redacted, but they names are redacted in the files. Personal information and all that shit. You know what I mean? You already know, Sabrina. I appreciate you, yo. I appreciate everybody, yo. I appreciate everybody for being here. So yeah, yo, we just gonna really, just get back into it. But the reason why I wanted to get all this political crap out the way first is just to unpack it, just to let you know this thing goes even beyond the high elite political billionaires. Like you said, when I showed the last video, I showed you a picture of the mayor, the newest mayor of New York. His mom is mentioned in the Epstein files. Well, I just showed you a picture of him as a baby, his mom standing beside Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein, the mayor of New York. His mom is a filmmaker. I'm showing you now Jim Carrey, just letting you know, like, man, there's some crazy shit that's going on in Hollywood as well. That's to let you know this goes beyond the breeding of kids that have sex. When my man said kill him, I'm gonna play it back. Like when he said the kids are bred and they're easier to kill without a birth certificate. What he was saying was he didn't go into what the files were showing how they being killed. He won't showing the ritualistic shit to the occult, dealing with satanic worship, particularly the god Baal or Moloch. And that's what I want to tap into. You understand? See, they gonna give you the shit, but I'm gonna show you and give validity to exactly how real is this satanic sacrificing kids shit, okay? Which is beyond what a nigga sick mind is as far as sexual pleasure. Nah, this go beyond this shit, okay? We talking about actually eating kids, eating children. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're gonna get into now. So yeah. Cause I feel like all this, I feel like all that shit, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. So I appreciate everybody for coming through, bro. So we're gonna
Wars, not Passover
get back
dinners.
into it.
When I was drugged, would admit We are Satanists.
Boom.
Then
They told
Boom. You hear that? You hear what? This is Epstein's niece. I'll run it back. I'll run the shit back.
us, not Passover dinners, when I was drugged, would admit we are Satanists.
Then
They
Can you hear that? Do you hear what she just said? This is Epstein's niece. I'll run it one more time.
told me
I'll run this shit again.
my family masqueraded themselves as Jewish publicly, but behind closed doors, not Passover dinners, when I was drugged, would admit we are Satanists.
then
They told me that we belonged to the cult of Baal, B-A-apostrophe-A-L.
And we're going to get in the ball in a minute.
With consistency while I was being abused. Now, what you can look up about the cult of Baal, information that is publicly available, is that it is thousands of years old. It is a Phoenician satanic fertility cult.
fertility cult.
And publicly, it's supposed to have been eradicated.
But it never was. It's supposed to be eradicated, but it never was. And so I thought that was very interesting from her. And I think that it goes back to what the CIA agent, for whatever reason. Now, people will say, why do they attack children? A lot of people say it's the innocence factor of children, right? The pure soul of a child. A child don't know good or bad. They only know what we teach them initially, right? So when the CIA agent is saying this,
we're also importing children by the plane load. Again, children who have no documentation. It's not just child slavery or child sex abuse. It's also child torture because you have adrenalized blood. You have the whole blood drinking ceremony of the satanic world. It's also the use of children for harvesting body organs. And then you have ritual ceremonies and ritual murder, as well as incidental murder.
Look at the many components to this shit. You got the organ harvesting, bro. We can get into that. You got the organ harvesting aspect. You got the sex ring aspect to the shit. You got the ritual satanic aspect to the shit. It's a lot. And before these Epstein files came out, you had no legitimate proof and you was discredited and called a conspiracy theorist. Let's continue.
Most organizations that end up being used to prey on children, Oxfam is a recent example. All of the United Nations organizations, the Boy Scouts of America, all of the child services agencies across the United States of America, they did not start out as organizations to prey on children.
right,
But they attract pedophiles.
right,
And ultimately, pedophiles end up rising in the ranks and controlling those organizations. So that an organization that initially started out in the service of children becomes an organization that is in fact hunting children.
hunt these children down. So when you hear Jim Carrey talking about this and saying that this nation,
Oprah Winfrey allegedly. And we'll get into that too. We about to cook today, y'all. We about to cook today. Happy Friday. I love y'all. We about to see exactly where this damn rabbit hole leads. Let's go.
just listen to him.
Kidnapping children is not what great nations do.
And they all just laughing in the background. What about that is funny?
The great Michael Wiley of North Carolina.
Damn, bro, these midterm elections going crazy.
When I am the next senator from North
You can't skip this shit.
be a fighter every day for this great state. We need economic policies that are going to create jobs, raise wages, lower prices. We need to keep our
Indeed,
kids
the
and
more
our communities safe.
yeah, they're talking about we need to keep our kids.
And you represent your values, that I can tell you.
Can't even skip this
And I
shit.
approve this message.
Secret Clinical gives me triple sweat protection. Thanks. Secret.
Yeah, man.
Brains are incredible, but memory.
I need to get YouTube Premium.
That's why we created Narita.
This just in, a cash ball phenomenon is underway.
Mike's on the scene with
Man.
Salute to Jim Carrey
All right.
for exposing this type of stuff.
Salute to Jim Carrey, man.
Nobody gives him the credit that he deserves, and nobody checks on him enough, in my opinion. Now, when I went to look at the Epstein files and I was going through the documents, I went to do some fact checking on a lot of different stuff to see if the cannibalism claims, as far as babies being eaten and different things like that, was valid. Because there's a lot of information that's out there right now. And I found out that it's valid. Says in February 2026, after the U.S. Department of Justice released more than 3 million files related to Jeffrey Epstein, a claim circulated online that files referenced cannibalism and accused Epstein or his inner circle of engaging in the ritualistic sacrifice.
Boom.
File.
Now,
Let me see if we can.
the ritualistic sacrifice of Baal, okay? AKA Moloch. And I'll educate you guys on the Cabal, which is a book. It's the satanic book for the elites, the Hollywood, called the Cabal, Madonna and all of them. Like when you see the celebrities cover their eye and shit and throw up the shit, Jay-Z and all them motherfuckers, Michael Jackson, all them, you see what I'm saying? They all get they all are part of this shit. You know what I mean? It's the ritual of the worship of Baal, aka Moloch, where it involves the sacrificing of kids, drinking their blood, eating them, cannibalism. All of this shit sound far-fetched, but it's right here in that goddamn Epstein files. It's right there. Let's continue.
Read this. Let me show you guys. I don't know if you guys can see that clearly. It's kind of small, but
Look all that shit redacted.
I'm gonna read it to you. This is what this was in the file. Epstein and the people around him weren't involved only in sexual exploitation. The allegations point to something far more disturbing, extending to extreme acts like cannibalism and ritualized violence. From a criminal psychology perspective, this pattern tracks. Behaviors driven by pleasure tend to lose their impact over time, pushing individuals to escalate into increasingly extreme acts just to reach the same level of stimulation. In other words, to make that simpler, because I thought it was pretty simple, but to make it a little simpler, basically they couldn't get off on the stuff that they was doing anymore. They got away with so much for so long that it wasn't enough to stimulate them. So they had to go to more extreme things, right? And this is some documents from the Epstein files, and we don't know what Bush they're talking about, but they say George Bush. Oh no, they do. They end up saying George Bush the first. I was wondering if it was the son or the father. Okay.
Hold on, that's a president. That's another president, bruh. That's 3 presidents mentioned in them files. Donald Trump. And that what we know about. This is what we know about, bruh. I get in excited. Hey, bro, this the shit that we know about, man.
Eastern North Carolina needs a warrior.
But yo, this the shit I'm talking about, yo. It's like you got 3 presidents: Donald Trump, George Bush. Let me see, Donald Trump, George Bush, and Bill Clinton, yo. Crazy. Crazy.
Is that Bush R.A.P. I was wondering if it was the son or the father. Okay. Said the email from the Epstein file said thanks to somebody that's redacted. I didn't realize that Bush raped him too. Okay, that's an email. Said I'd like to add a few other points disclosed by the purported victim. While on this yacht, he witnessed African American males having sex with white blonde females, all of whom were bleeding during intercourse. He was a victim of a type of ritualistic sacrifice in which his feet were cut with a scimitar, but left no scarring. On the yacht, he witnessed babies being dismembered, their intestines being removed, and individuals eating the feces from the intestines of the babies. He was also raped by George Bush I, George Bush Sr., according to this email from the Epstein file. The victim disclosed he was escorted to the building, the FBI building, by Michael Moore, who's the creator of True Pundit, described by multiple online sources as a conspiracy-driven news.
Hey, bruh, what happened if I put out there that everybody that you seeing is a body double? I just showed you with Epstein, with Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell. Her shit didn't even line up. Epstein, they saying he committed suicide, so you can't even bring him to trial because they saying he offed himself in custody, right? No, the cameras just so happened weren't working that damn day, right? Check this out. There's also alleged rumor that Joe Biden is a body double too. And I'm thinking in my mind, because I heard when Daddy Bush died, I heard that it won't natural causes. I heard that these motherfuckers, the real ones, are being tried and it's not made public. It's like a whole other another trial going on. And all the real people are being ordered by death. And so they can't put that to the public people, so they put these doubles out there. So the real ones have already been tried and sentenced. And they got to put this shit in front of you. Just a thought. Just a thought. And I'll dive more into the more of the body doubles later. But check it out. They're talking about dismembering babies, okay? Having sexual rituals with babies and eating the feces, okay? This is all in the Cabal worship, aka Moloch, and we'll get more into that.
Website that attempt.
That's the burning, that's the calf. And also they just had a riot in Iran. The United States and Israel have a Cabal statue that's in Iran that the people just set afire. I'll show you that too. But let's get back into this.
To paint the FBI in a bad light. Moore has a criminal record as a
I'm gonna back it up some.
George Bush Sr., according to this email from the Epstein file. The victim disclosed he was escorted to the building, the FBI building, by Michael Moore, who's the creator of True Pundit, described by multiple online sources as a conspiracy-driven news website that attempts to paint the FBI in a bad light. Moore has a criminal record as a result of an FBI investigation on copyright infringement. Let me know if you want to discuss the former FBI agent that called this into the head office. Thanks. And they redacted the email. So I'm assuming that this was an email that was sent between FBI agents in August 28, 2019. It was sent. And they redacted the name of the agents that were involved in this. So you guys can see that that's the file, and that's what they say. Whatever witness they had came into the FBI building in 2019, letting them know that he was a victim. He was raped by George Bush Sr., and that
meaning he was raped. RAPED. So there was a victim who came in the FBI agency saying that she was raped by George Bush Sr. old ass. Okay? Cause when you spell it out like that, you know, many people still don't have it in. Nah, rape. So a rape victim came in to turn George Bush in 2019. Then I just tell he died around about that time. I'm telling you. I heard then from a conspiracy theorist that he didn't die by natural causes, but he was sentenced to death. Yeah. And they presented it as if, you know what I mean, he passed. Yeah.
He witnessed babies being dismembered, their intestines being removed, and individuals eating the feces from the intestines.
Y'all heard that?
Just disgusting stuff. And I told you guys that we're going to talk about some dark stuff, unfortunately, today. So that was the fact check that this stuff actually did happen, or that this dude did report these different things, which is disgusting, right? This is where the cannibalism stuff is coming from. Like, bro, they're eating baby intestines and different things like that. And so it's a lot of weird, nasty stuff going on in this case, man. This every day that there's something that was redacted actually that's being unredacted. I just read a report about Epstein in the file saying that they're starting to take some of the redactions off the file because they're getting pressure from the public. And so you guys are doing a great job. Everybody's doing a great job putting pressure on the government. Keep doing it, man. Don't let this stuff become normal. And that's why it's important to me to report this stuff, because if you don't say nothing, the story just dies out and everybody just goes back to life like everything. No. And here's the thing. I don't believe that this stuff has stopped just because he's reportedly gone.
All right. So now we're gonna dive into more of
one of you?
now we're gonna dive into more of the actual worship of Cabal, of the Cabal and Baal, or Baal, or Moloch, okay? And so Epstein, Satan worship, Baal, Moloch. All right, check this out.
We all have a friend that loves to get for Christmas.
Hey man, I appreciate everybody that stopped through. Happy Friday to y'all. You know what I mean? Y'all could be doing a lot of other things. So if you at work, I hope I'm making your day go by, you know, a little smoother, quicker. If you at home, I appreciate you chilling with me on a Friday. And hey man, I just see a lot of the same shit trending on YouTube, man. I really thought by Prince Andrew getting arrested and us talking about this more on a global scale would be interesting. So I really, really am humbled that you're here, and I really, really appreciate it. So we're gonna now that we kind of laid down the groundwork of exactly what's going on as far as the ritualistic side of the sex trafficking and just the kidnapping of kids in general, the many moving parts of that come out of having a child, going through the process that they're bred and not having a birth certificate, so they're easily more disposed of type things. So you have your sex trafficking ring, then you have your organ harvesting ring, and then you have your ritualistic side, which is what I wanted to talk about now, the more of the spiritual aspect of why these babies are under attack, dealing with the worship of Baal. I just showed you Epstein's niece said that she was raised in a cult family that were masked on the outside as being Jewish or being, you know, Jews, but secretly worshiping what I'm about to show you now, which is Moloch or Baal.
Filet of fish. My friend, you could be that friend.
Thank y'all for being here.
Is that right?
For real.
Great.
boom. So now we can go here. Cult-like rituals and cannibalism. Epstein spark. Okay. GPS vehicle location in possession of global London. This is in the UK. This is significant because this ties the ritual to Prince Andrew. Okay. Prince Andrew. So the GPS vehicle located in possession of the global. That's London. That's the UK. All right. And we all know. I was telling you earlier that the picture that was taken with Epstein and Maxwell, that cabin, that's Queen Elizabeth's cabin. Okay. And I'll see if I can pull up that picture later. But this looks like it doesn't have a narrator. So I'll try my best to narrate what they have displayed, and you know what I mean. So boom. And this is one of the emails from Jeffrey Epstein to a guy named William Dirty Doherty or whatever. Wachovia Bank. Didn't I tell you? The lady said, one of the victims said, if you want to get more clarity on the suspects, you have to follow the money. And the money, she was talking about the banks, Goldman Sachs, evidently Wachovia Bank, Chase Bank, yeah, JP Morgan.
The final tranche of confidential
Look at Donald Trump. Look at that. See?
files associated with convicted child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein has ignited a new and deeply unsettling controversy on social media. Among the documents released on January 30th, one particular record involving a money transfer quickly drew attention from online users and investigators alike. In that document, Epstein reportedly requested that an amount of over $11,000 be wired to a bank account identified.
Epstein asked for what? 11,438 to be wired to an account named Ball. Ball. Ball, y'all. Y'all see it?
Under the unusual.
Look, Ball. Why, if this deity and if this type of ritual shit, if this all was some bullshit, why would you need an account, a real account with the name Ball name attached to it? Man, get out of here, bro. That's the ritual shit that his niece was talking about.
Which immediately raised suspicion. Screenshots showing the alleged payment instructions circulated widely on X, where users began.
She said follow the money. Look at all the wire transfers, bruh. Banking routing number. Ball is a demonic figure and an enemy to Jesus, as written in the Holy Bible. Just then, Jeffrey Epstein had a bank account named Ball. Asked for like 11,000. That's JP Morgan, yo. Look at that shit. And this is from Bricks News. Global Eye News. Jeffrey Epstein had a bank account named Ball. I would never dream to have writing something like this. This Western elites who rule and eat children. Ex-users widely shared the snapshot of the document, making claims about demonic worship, yo.
Sharing theories involving possible links to so-called demonic or occult practices. One user claimed, quote, Epstein named his bank account Baal. Baal is a demonic being that was worshipped in ancient Israel by some Hebrews before they converted to Judaism. Child sacrifice is a ritual of Baal worshippers, usually through burning, like Israel did to Gaza. Archaeological discoveries have found thousands of urns with cremated infant and small children's remains. Now we have evidence of Epstein's circle
Yo, they got small irons that have been discovered with children remains.
killing and even eating children. Unquote. Another ex-account said, quote, Jeffrey Epstein had a bank account named Baal and asked someone at JP Morgan to wire him over $11,000. Baal is a demonic figure and an enemy to Jesus, as written in the Holy Bible. Biblical scholars were quick to note that Baal is repeatedly referenced in the Old Testament, appearing as a name associated with ancient deities worshipped in the Middle East. Experts explained that Baal worship in antiquity was often characterized by acts of sensual devotion and, historically, involved practices such as ritualistic prostitution. Historians added that the worship of Baal reached its height during the reign of King Ahab and Queen Jezebel in ancient Israel, a period often cited as the peak of the cult's influence. According to ancient texts and biblical commentary, followers of Baal were even believed to sacrifice their firstborn children in a bid to appease the deity and gain favor. These religious references found in the Epstein case documents quickly fueled widespread online claims suggesting possible connections to human sacrifice and infant offerings. Some reports circulating online went further, alleging that certain documents described a disturbing event where infants were mutilated and consumed during a supposed private gathering. This prompted renewed scrutiny of Epstein's background and faith, given that he was born into a Jewish family, leading to further online speculation.
Boom. He was born in a Jewish family and Jewish customs, which lets you know how many other Jews in that shit. Yo, y'all don't know about the Jewish synagogue that was raided by the FBI that they found all them tunnels in? We could go there. Yeah. I'll play that shit right after this if I can remember it. Yeah. There was a synagogue that was raided by the FBI in New York, and they found secret tunnels under that bitch with baby dolls and shit in there. Yeah. You want to talk about that? The small hats, forgive me. Alleged. Nah, this ain't no alleged. Nah, that's real.
Adding to the controversy, some social media users claimed that Epstein's private island contained a temple-like structure, which they theorized was dedicated to the figure Moloch.
Boom!
Online.
Hold on. Moloch. They say that. You remember I told you got two names. It's Baal and Moloch. Check this out. He said it.
Commentators described Moloch as a mythical entity known in ancient lore as an entity associated with child sacrifice and desires granted through horrific offerings. However, others dismissed the entire episode concerning the name Baal, arguing that it could simply be a typographical error, possibly meant to read bank on the transfer form. The released files also revealed that Epstein had managed to acquire 3 sacred cloth pieces known as kiswah, which traditionally cover the Kaaba, Islam's holiest shrine in Mecca. According to a report by Middle East Eye, pieces of the cloth were...
Look at this shit. This hey bro, this is the Muslims' most sacred shrine ever, bro. The black box. The holy city of Mecca, bro. Look at this shit. Now they saying all this shit is a part of the sex trafficking. Get out of here, bro.
flown from Saudi Arabia to Epstein's property in Florida via
Yo, they took the whole, bruh, they took the holy cloth off that holy shit, bruh, and sent it to that man island. Do y'all know what that mean? Hold on, bruh. Hold on. Nah, he ain't just say that. Hold on, he ain't just say that. He ain't just say that, bro. Hold on. Hold on, bro.
Kaaba, Islam's holiest shrine in Mecca. According to a report by Middle East Eye, pieces of the cloth were flown from Saudi Arabia to Epstein's property in Florida via a special air shipment.
I gotta put Big War comment out here, bro. That's what my boy was talking about. It's the whole world. This Muslims, bro. This they shit. Now, if you really want to break down the shit, we can do it. Because if you read the Quran, the Holy Quran, Muhammad, then he married somebody with like 8 years old, 9 years old. Muhammad first wife in the Muslims. Then he married a little girl. You can't tell me I ain't making this shit. I read this shit myself. In the Quran, Muhammad, the holy prophet, that whether you're a Shiite, whether you are a nation of Islam, or whether you are Sunni Muslim, they all constitute the Quran as the holy book. And in that book, I read that Muhammad married an 8 or 9 year old girl, bruh. So now when I look at this, and if you don't believe me, look that up yourself. The holy prophet Muhammad, they Jesus, they version of Jesus, married an 8 or 9 year old girl, right? When you die, and when you are Muslim, it is taught in the Quran that you are blessed with bountiful virgins. You're blessed with virgins in the afterlife. You see what I'm saying? This right here is insane. They took the holy rug, and if you know about being a Muslim, Cookie, I know you know. I know you know. They pray 3 times a day on rugs like this. All of their rugs are figures, are references to this rug. This is the rug of all rugs in Mecca, okay? On some magic carpet shit, okay? You mean to tell me they took this shit off and took it to Epstein Island? The most holy, this the most holy rug in Muslim faith. This ain't no, you can't, this ain't no other rug. This the rug. How the fuck do this dude get access to that? And he's a Jew. He don't even believe, he's not even a Muslim, bro. He's a what the fuck is going on, bro? What the hell is going on, man? Do you know how much power? Hey, bro, I'm looking at this. I'm like, holy shit. How can you pull this off? Yo, Epstein just wasn't no regular dude, bro.
Each year, the kiswa is replaced with a newly woven one, and the previous sections become highly sought after religious artifacts, prized for their spiritual significance. Documents indicate that the delivery of these kiswa pieces reached Epstein's residence in 2017, months after he had officially registered as a sex offender in the United States.
Man. So now, bro, check this shit out.
The DOJ just dropped the last of the Epstein files, and there are some serious accusations against Trump throughout them. So here's what we know. Nearly 3 million pages of documents were released by the DOJ earlier today, and this is the last major release of government files about Epstein. Now, according to reporting from CNN, among the files is a list of complaints and tips that were made to the FBI, some of which explicitly name Trump and other powerful people. This list was compiled in 2025 and details some extremely disturbing accusations against Trump in particular. A quick sensitivity warning before we continue. We're gonna get into it, and this content is graphic. So one of the accusations reported that Trump hosted calendar girl parties at Mar-a-Lago during which Epstein would bring children to be auctioned. Other accusation details a 13-year-old being forced to perform services to Trump and others.
Shit.
Details of parties and
Yo, they got a report that Trump is being led to have anal sex with a 13-year-old. Shit.
To be clear, as of right now, these accusations remain unverified. We don't know to what extent the FBI pursued an investigation of these tips, nor why the FBI made this list of accusations last year. Trump has long denied wrongdoing in connection with Epstein, and a Justice Department press release states that this production may include fake or falsely submitted images, documents, or videos, as everything that was sent to the FBI by the public was included in the production that is responsive to the act. The DOJ just dropped.
All right, now let me ask this. Mysterious death of Epstein.
Is there any evidence that you credit that he did not commit suicide in jail?
Well, I don't think he committed suicide.
You're making a supposition. You don't have evidence.
Well, what's evidence? Evidence that the guards lied on their reports. They reported they made checks on him and he didn't. Is it that all the cameras didn't work? They never recovered the so-called noose that, the piece of fabric that he allegedly used. They don't even know which one it was. The fact that if he broke 3 bones in his neck, which is with a lot of force, this man was a very frail man at the end. Even if he was to do that by tying himself to his bunk, every single item on that top bunk was undisturbed. If you're pulling on a bunk with enough force to break 3 bones in your neck, would you think that the items would have been sort of toppled? I could just go on and on. The reports are very odd. He allegedly tried to commit suicide a couple weeks before this. But when he went in to tell them what had happened, when they found him on the floor, the first thing he said is, my roommate did it to me. He tried to kill me, and that he had been threatening me for weeks. An ex-cop who was in jail for killing 4 people. That was the salary he picked for Jeffrey Epstein? Too many things don't make any sense. Epstein said he tried to kill him, and then he sort of changed his story and said, I don't remember. Epstein never said he tried to commit suicide. He only said that he thought that his cellmate had tried to kill him.
Is there any evidence?
Yo, speaking of that, another person's cellmate that tried to kill him, another person that got assaulted in jail that's connected to the Epstein file. Y'all know Tory Lanez, the rapper Tory Lanez. He Megan Thee Stallion ex, and that whole shit that went down. Allegedly, he shot her or whatever. He was signed to Rock Nation and pulled some crazy shit off. So let's kind of pivot into Jay-Z role in this shit, since we want to talk about people getting assaulted in jail and shit. So hold on. This to show you how broad this shit is. Jay-Z connection with Epstein files.
Should these transforming glasses be made illegal in the US? Nobody believed me at first, but now everybody wants a pair.
What did Jay-Z did? He was there in 1996. We are
That's Lizzo. Y'all remember Lizzo? That's Lizzo.
Producing more than 3 million pages.
as soon as he named the Epstein files, they're gonna take all the posts down and everything.
Hashtagged it. Predators.
Jay-Z just got caught up and hit with some disgusting allegations tied to the biggest trafficking ring happening right now. Jay-Z, Pusha T, and some very powerful men has just been named in the Epstein files, and the internet is going nuts. The Department of Justice just dropped 3 million pages and 2,000 videos of evidence against everybody accused of participating in sex parties on the Epstein list. And the stuff that was found on these documents are wild.
Tonight, the Department of Justice releasing the final batch of files
The millions of newly released Justice Department records.
connected to the late convicted defender Jeffrey Epstein.
They include Epstein's messages with powerful men.
Today, we are producing more than 3 million pages, including more than 2,000 videos and 180,000 images.
People on the internet are now trying to cancel Jay-Z and Beyonce over these allegations. And I know Jay-Z gotta be pissed right now because nobody want to be tied to the Epstein files because people are saying Jay-Z might be finished after this. But before we start this video, do me a favor, guys. Give this video to 500 likes because what we discover in the end might turn this whole case on its head. Let's get it. Now, do y'all remember when Jay-Z and Nicki Minaj just got into that crazy beef a few months ago? And Nicki was going on a rampage against Jay, accusing him of blackballing her. Did y'all notice Nicki's?
And mind you, I could show y'all that too. When Nicki Minaj, mind you, Donald Trump put her in place. He put Nicki Minaj in front of the UN. She spoke on it in the UN, and she spoke in front of the press on Donald Trump's behalf, saying how the industry, exposing the industry, saying, you know what I'm saying, some crazy shit. So it's a lot of shit going on with Nicki. So matter of fact, we could pivot into that too. You know what I mean? Because she talk about, the satanic shit going on in the industry. So let's continue with Jay.
Which sides and started hanging out at the White House and showing up to events with Erica Kirk and some very powerful political people.
So why now have you been involved with speaking about politics?
I just got tired of being pushed around. I'm not gonna back down anymore. I'm not gonna back down ever again.
But Nicki Minaj just said, "I told you so." Now that Jay-Z's been tied to Epstein, and Nicki is now saying that some more damning information about Jay-Z is about to come out.
Nikki says your favorite artist has been practicing rituals in a satanic cult where they take babies from other countries and mutilate and kill them as a form.
Look at this shit. This what Nicki put out on Twitter, yo, about Jay-Z. She said, and mind you, this is subliminal. Because if you know anything about Chucky, you understand that he practiced voodoo and put his soul and transferred his soul into a doll. So if you know anything about voodoo dolls, this is kind of letting you know more and more about how deep this shit really go. You feel me? But I'll just read her tweet. Nicki Minaj says, "Your favorite artist has been practicing in rituals in satanic cult where they take babies from other countries." See? Well, boy, it's the entire world. They take babies from other countries and mutilate and kill them as a form of blood sacrifice to take their God. You see, when your master is Satan, you must consistently shed blood. However, the jig is up. That's Nicki Minaj tripping, tweaking, man. Going crazy.
Of a blood sacrifice to their God. When your master is Satan, he must constantly shed blood. The destruction that's about to come down on them isn't funny. I told y'all. She says, imagine if a 30-year-old rapper was out there with a 16-year-old in this day and age and how y'all would have had his head on the platter. Then she says, what in the and she hashtagged it child predator.
In the Epstein files, an anonymous woman claims she was abducted, drugged, and allegedly woke up naked to find Jay-Z and Harvey Weinstein in bed with her. She claims that she was abducted and violated by powerful rich men, including Jay-Z, from the late 90s all the way to the early 2000s, to which she...
Hey, bro, this shit in the Epstein files, bro. Harvey Weinstein and Jay-Z in the bed. They both in the bed together with a girl, an underage girl. And you see all that shit redacted. Yeah.
Rapper Pusha T got involved as a handler, as these rich men would abuse her, drug her so that she wouldn't know what was happening, and sent her back to the streets. And this is according to a police report that was filed in 2019. But now that the documents are released, some people are saying that Jay-Z might be innocent. And even the singer Lizzo just came out defending Jay-Z, saying something don't add up.
The media is so smart. They're gonna make you so distracted with celebrity names that you're not gonna focus on the problem. You think every party that Diddy ever threw was a freak off and people were fucking and slipping and sliding on baby oil? No. That man had birthday parties. That man had Easter gatherings. That man had Super Bowl parties. That man had Christmas parties, Halloween parties, regular parties. Hey, maybe the people in the comments, I knew she was wrong. Jay-Z, I knew he was. What did you say Jay-Z did? He was there in 1996. Come on, people. Like, y'all are falling for it. It's the easiest, oldest trick in the book. And honestly, I'm losing faith in the average intelligence of the American person. Because, come on, just because somebody's name is mentioned in a 3 million document file of a person's life who's been lived over a span of crimes who span decades doesn't mean that every single person is an accomplice. He could be mentioned, he referenced Jay-Z once. He was like, oh, we could learn from Jay-Z's business model. Why are
Southern fried chicken.
Sound like she trying to defend that nigga.
Who's got the sauce? Zaxby's.
So, but she an artist. I mean, I wouldn't expect her to do nothing but the same thing. But it ain't gonna help her career.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Play.
Nobody listens to Lizzo no more.
Did you lose a lot of money?
They won't let you skip this shit, yo. I hate that.
Handle. You may qualify.
There we go.
All right, you gotta stop buying generic Viagra if y'all over 40. You can get 9 pills of 100 milligrams generic Viagra for just $7.
Man, why they keep pushing Viagra, bro?
Here's the time.
But even though the Jay-Z rumors are unproven and are just allegations right now, people still don't care. There are people who hate Jay-Z so much that they just want to see him go down. And I gotta say this, if Rock Nation is watching this, I ain't got nothing to do with nothing. So before I play this next clip, Jay-Z and Rock Nation, please don't send no black trucks after me, okay? I'm just reporting the news. And people are saying right now that Jay-Z's downfall might be bigger than Diddy's.
Y'all thought the downfall of Diddy was something. The downfall of Jay-Z is going to be something. Jay-Z is working overtime right now to make sure his empire won't crumble apart. Because we're not going to act like he wasn't aiming in the Epstein files.
What my boy Big Ward said. My boy Big Ward said, I remember being told that Hillary Clinton drinks trial blood. Me too. Me too, Big Ward. Sabrina said, I think so too, Cameron. Yeah. I remember that. And it's what it is that goes specifically. This is the tie that Jay-Z, Hillary Clinton, and Ellen DeGeneres got with their ritual. Allegedly, what they do is take the baby's Big War, and before they mutilate them, they torture them. So it's a psychological thing first, where they get the fear. Once they get the fear going, the fear endorphin that's in the brain releases. It's like a chemical called adrenochrome. Adrenochrome. And the adrenochrome from the fear mixes in with the blood. And the adrenochrome is allegedly the fountain of youth. That's just the adrenochrome. The fountain of youth. So yes, Big War, I've heard that for, and also Big War, they have ties to Haiti, which goes into Nicki Minaj subliminal message about Chucky talking about the voodoo. There are a lot of babies that are being kidnapped all over the world. A lot of them, in particularly Haiti. So Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton have huge ties in Haiti, And so there's a lot of going on with that type of ritualistic blood drinking of children, Big War. Yes, sir.
As soon as he was naming the Epstein files, they gonna take all the posts down and everything. He probably seen it and made some calls and like, nah, get that shit removed right now, right now, right now. Sending mad bread out, sending mad money out. Like, whatever is done in the dark will come to the light.
Rumors have surfaced online that Jay-Z allegedly deleted everything now that those Epstein files leaked.
Jay-Z apparently wiped his Instagram account after being named in the files.
Shit! Yo! He wiped this shit clean, bro. Nah, I ain't just say that. Let me rewind. Hold on, bro. No.
Whatever is done in the dark will come to the light.
Rumors have surfaced online that Jay-Z allegedly deleted everything now that those Epstein files leaked.
Jay-Z apparently wiped his Instagram account after being named in the files.
That's crazy. Instagram clean. One post. See it.
Oh. Wow. Oh, wow. It's a marketing thing? Really? What's he marketing himself for?
Some people believe what's in the Epstein files, and some people simply don't believe it. People are now questioning the victim's story, and this whole thing is leaving a lot of people confused.
Well, Jay-Z and Pusha T are on the Epstein files, and people are not trying to keep the same energy saying it's cap. Nah. Y'all said we believe in everything on the Epstein files. Which one is it? The woman on the files claims that Pusha T and Harvey Weinstein attended a party with her, and then they proceeded to give her that Bill Cosby. I got people on social media saying, no. They believe everything about Elon and Bill Gates, but they won't believe anything when it comes to Pusha T and Jay-Z, saying that it had to be planted. While others are saying that, how are we going to believe some victims and not all victims on the Epstein files?
Man, it seems like every year something new with Jay-Z's name attached to it keep popping up. And man, we've been hearing about Jay-Z's alleged downfall ever since Jaguar Wright and a couple of Diddy's bodyguards been going on the internet sharing private.
That's what I was saying. When Jaguar Wright came out with that shit, yo, everybody was trying to discredit her, bro, saying she was crazy. Trying to, you know what I'm saying? Make it seem like she was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. But look now.
Information and secret stories. And man, look, people keep naming Jay-Z, man. We saw that one lawsuit that got tossed out when that one girl accused Jay-Z of raping her at the MTV Awards, and she came out to not be telling the truth. And so we're going to have to see what's going on with this new allegation. Now, some people believe it, some people don't believe it. But the simple fact of the matter is, some people are saying that the woman's story saying that Pusha T was a handler in 2006 or 2007, a lot of people are saying that Pusha T wasn't even a big rapper back then. That he was still like a low-list, low-tier rapper. So some people is saying that, look, man, this lady's story might not add up. However, like I always say, guys, everything is going to have to come out in court. And look, they're going to have to provide some evidence. But I do know this Epstein file has dropped, and a lot of big-name celebrities and very powerful rich men is on that list. And look, they got videos,
including Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew got arrested today. That's why I had to put the title, yo, welcome to the family, yo. I appreciate y'all being here, man. Happy Friday to y'all. But yeah, yo, Prince Andrew arrested, bro. Are there more?
they got photos, they got all types of documents about these powerful rich guys doing some creepy things on that Epstein Island, man. Look, they even alleging that Bill Gates and his wife had a freak off, and Bill Gates was allegedly asking Epstein for STD pills because his wife caught an STD allegedly from one of the prostitutes or whoever they was messing with, man. This whole thing is diabolical, and it's turning Hollywood on its head. Not just Hollywood, It is turning the government on its head because there are some very powerful people that's named on this Epstein list, man. But tell me what you think about this situation, guys. Do y'all believe what this lady is saying about Jay-Z? Do you think it's all a money play? Do you think it's hogwash like the last lawsuit that got thrown out, man? And what do you think about this Epstein file and what's going on in America, bro? It feels like we live in a movie and the whole world feel like it's upside down at this point. But I'm gonna keep y'all updated on everything that's going on with this story. Shout out to the Caliber Nation. Shout out to my supporters. Make sure you like this video and subscribe to the channel and show your boy some love. I'll be back to you with another one. Peace.
You take people like Jay-Z and fucking Pusha T, they made their living killing our people. So how the fuck they gonna stand up for our people? You know what I'm saying? But we forget that because we love Jay-Z's music so much. We love Pusha's music so much, right?
Oh shit. Kanye West did go on a rant about Pusha T and Jay-Z before that shit. I'm gonna see if I can play that shit, yo. Kanye West rant on Pusha T and Jay-Z. Yeah, let me see. Let's see.
You take people like Jay-Z and Pusha T, they made their living killing our people. So how the fuck they gonna stand up for our people? You know what I'm saying? But we forget that because we love Jay-Z's music so much. We love Pusha's music so much, right? But you think they would ever, I think I can answer it for somebody else? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You think they would ever tell the truth? No, they told the truth. I they go to jail. You know what I'm saying? So you have lies.
Yo, that nigga said if they told the truth, they go to jail. Yo, this Kanye West, bruh. I forgot. And yo, and this before the Epstein files.
Liars are now the face of our culture. Okay, people like Jay-Z.
Damn.
And
But I forgot he went off on that shit, bro. I forgot he went off. I forgot he went off.
1999 for two pizzas and two sides? Oh yeah, it's Domino's perfect combo. It's just me and you.
okay, people like Jay-Z and Pusha T. What about him? Is that? Oh, Beyonce had to venture for somebody else. My mom was sacrificed.
Oh shit.
You know what I'm saying?
You hear what he just said? He said mama was sacrificed. You see that shit? That's crazy, bro. He said he sacrificed his mom. Michael Jordan. Hey, I'm gonna rewind that shit back, bro. He said that he sacrificed his mama. And that's crazy because his mama did go in to get plastic surgery. She got her boobs done, but she never came out the surgery. And he just said it. But they all want to say Kanye West is crazy. But nah, a lot of people that were saying this crazy shit, they were calling them conspiracy theories. And they were crazy and shit. But look all this shit coming out now.
That, right? Bill Cosby.
All right.
For our people. You know what I'm saying? But we forget that because we love Jay-Z's music so much. We love Pusha's music so much, right? But you think they would ever, Beyonce had to venture for somebody else? My mom was sacrificed. You know what I'm saying? Michael Jordan. What about him? His dad, right? Bill Cosby, his son, right? Dr. Dre, his son. You know, out in Hollywood, a lot of people come up missing.
And the media is always.
He said out in Hollywood, a lot of people come out missing. So Michael Jordan, he up there talking about his daddy was sacrificed. Kanye West said he sacrificed his mama. Bill Cosby was on set, he sacrificed his son. You know what I'm saying? Sean says, yo, he battling two spirits. You already know. And that's why I wanted to tap into the spiritual aspect of what they were worshiping when we were talking about Baal and Moloch. They actually sacrifice babies as they living and put them in this burning statue and burn the babies alive type shit. Absolutely. We deal with the natural side, the natural world, the natural tangible world, and we deal with the spiritual side. You better know it. Okay. Yeah. Bossing is doing what you want. Exactly. And it's actually more so living on the principles of fulfilling pleasure. That's what ultimately motivates everything that you do. At the end of the day, it's all about fulfilling your pleasure to the maximum. And if you have the means and the resources in fulfilling that, it's, you know what I mean, it develops into something dark. You know what I'm saying, and evil and shit. Yo, yeah, worship a ball all day. Or the Celtic western side of it, which is called Moloch. Moloch is ball too. You know what I'm saying? And their Bible is the Cabal, the Cabal. You know what I mean? If you want to read up on it, and we can tap into it if y'all really about that life. You know what I mean? Like I said, this Epstein shit, this surface shit for me. Once we tap into the spiritual side, there's more of my lane. I could really show you what drives these celebrities and these high elitists. You know what I'm saying? So let's get back into more Kanye.
Taking anything out of context that isn't a part of the overall narrative, like Hollywood and media.
Why is it beginning to feel like everything that Kanye West told us about Hollywood might be true? That you have these young, talented people who are essentially being adopted and initiated when they are vulnerable into a very dark and demonic cult. Okay.
Kanye West just dropped a warning that has the internet in a chokehold, telling Jay-Z to run after shocking videos and resurfaced receipts started exposing everything people tried to bury. What once sounded like another Kanye rant is suddenly lining up a little too well with what's coming out now. Coincidence? Or was this the warning nobody wanted to hear? Stay tuned till the very end, because this tea only gets messier. Kanye West just put Jay-Z on blast, claiming he tried to quietly leave the country, and the timing raised eyebrows immediately. This all happened right after Jay-Z's name allegedly surfaced in the newly released 3 million page FBI e-files. For a lot of people watching this unfold, it felt way too convenient to be a coincidence.
Y'all can't send none of y'all meatloaf, y'all puppies, y'all little boots, none of these names. None of these people that have to listen to y'all because they have legal, I never, nobody, right? I'm the teacher and every nobody, right?
If you look at an interview from me from 10 years ago, everybody says, I love that interview. People didn't love it back then, though, because I was speaking to the future. I'm 10 years ahead mentally, and I'm trapped in today's time. And every now and then I crack you a smile for 2013, but I'm cracking you a frown for 2023.
I remember going on TMZ and saying, it's a choice. And they medicated me for saying that, for having that opinion and saying it out loud.
I remember that shit, bro. I remember that shit. When that nigga said slave is a choice. Man, they call that nigga all type of crazy. I remember that shit, bro. They crucified that nigga, bro. Black people.
Tracks up. I'm saying this is a choice. As
you didn't mean people being abducted and brought into slavery and put into chains was a choice. what you were talking about is people making decisions that would improve them financially. And we found out that my trainer was a MK Ultra Canadian
He worked in the defense research and development in the Canadian military, essentially working on science.
Who's this guy?
Canadian military.
That's crazy.
Pasternak.
Yeah, what I
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Yo, Kanye West trainer is a former Canadian PSYOPs CIA military agent, bruh. How convenient. PSYOPs meaning brain behavior, mental capacity. Oh, fuck, bruh. That's how they come at you, yo. That's crazy. Wow.
saying is, look, they tried to medicate me. I was exhausted. They wrongly diagnosed me.
What makes this even crazier is that Kanye had been hinting at this for years, long before any documents dropped. He kept saying that Jay-Z and Pusha T were spending millions to keep certain things buried. At the time, most people brushed it off. They said Kanye was ranting or just chasing attention. Now those old warnings are suddenly hitting very different.
Because he is willing to say stuff that makes him unfavorable in Hollywood, where I think Jay-Z really cares about what Hollywood thinks about him. When he put on the MAGA hat, it was a very significant moment for Black America.
Huge.
You do not have to vote Democrat.
He lost a lot of fans.
He lost so many fans for saying that. And I commend that bravery.
Talk about Kanye West and your relationship with him. Last time we talked. I had Kanye the other day just telling him, like, he's my brother. I love Kanye. I do. It's a complicated relationship with us. Once the Kanye came into this business on my label, it's always been like his big brother. And we're both entertainers. It's always been like a little underlying competition there with your big brother there. Everyone wants to be the greatest in the world. You know, hopefully when we're 89, we look at this 6 months or
Man, hold on. This nigga talking about he comparing himself to the greatest in the world. Get the fuck out of here. Hold on, man. Hold on, bro. Hey, yo, that's crazy when somebody asks you to paint the narrative. Obviously, you're gonna paint it to make yourself look better. But as you comparing yourself to the GOAT, nigga, hell no. Nigga, that's a personal preference, nigga. So stop trying to answer that as him asking Jordan, what's your relationship with pimping, nigga? You not Jordan, nigga. Get the hell out of here. You Jay-Z, you know what I mean? But come on.
comfortable with. These are the things that are unacceptable to me. This is what I feel. I'm sure he feels that I've done things to him as well.
For anyone who hasn't been following the e-files situation closely, this release didn't happen overnight. Federal authorities only made the documents public after years of nonstop pressure. People never stopped asking questions, and they never stopped demanding names. Even though the central figure in the case was taken into custody back in 2006, the outrage never faded. The investigation itself started even earlier, in March 2005, in Palm Beach, Florida. It began after a family member reported inappropriate behavior involving a minor at a private residence. Once that report came out, more young individuals started coming forward with similar stories, and the case quickly escalated. By July 2006, a grand jury indictment led to an arrest. What followed was years of legal delays, quiet negotiations, and accusations that special treatment was being handed out. A guilty plea eventually came in 2008, followed by a sentence that many people felt was shockingly light. Less than a year later, by mid-2009, he was already out. To a lot of observers, it felt like accountability had barely scratched the surface. Years later, another bombshell dropped. One accuser stated in a lawsuit that while she was still underage, encounters were allegedly arranged involving powerful figures, people with influence, money, and global reach. That development led to a rearrest in July 2019 after federal prosecutors said earlier legal agreements no longer applied. Then in August 2019, authorities announced that the individual was found deceased inside a federal detention facility. Officials ruled it a self inflicted demise. But even that didn't slow things down. Calls to release the files only got louder, and eventually, after years of resistance, the documents were made public. When they finally came out, the reaction was immediate. A long list of familiar names surfaced, but one name stopped people cold. The one nobody expected to see, Jay-Z.
There's a lot of negative stuff around Jay-Z right now, which is clearly damaging to him.
Yeah, and I think there's like a famous quote from someone who was acquitted, and he said, "All right, where do I go to get my reputation back?"
Right.
I mean, social media was a light. Beyonce is next. Jay-Z is next. All the people in Inner Circle is next.
Yeah, the problem is, there's so many pictures of the two of them partying together, and it clearly was at a load of Diddy parties.
According to details circulating from the E-files, one anonymous accuser claimed she was intoxicated, with Pusha T allegedly acting as a handler. She said that when she woke up, Jay-Z and another well-known figure were present in the room. While she never clearly stated that Jay-Z took part in anything, that detail alone was enough to send shockwaves online.
You take people like Jay-Z and Pusha T, they made their living. Our people, so how they gonna stand up for our people? You know what I'm saying? But we forget that because we love Jay-Z's music so much. We love Pusha's music so much, right? But you think they would ever, Beyonce had the best for somebody else?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You think they would ever tell the truth? No, they told the truth, but they didn't go to jail. You know what I'm saying? So you have liars.
Yeah.
Liars are now the face of our culture.
The moment this information hit the internet, the reaction was instant and brutal. Jay-Z became a major focus of criticism, mostly because his name was the last one people expected to see tied to something like this. Sure, some had long speculated about his closeness to Diddy's circle, but seeing his name connected to the E-files felt like a line no one thought would ever be crossed. Around the same time, an old video started making the rounds again. In it, Jay-Z appeared visibly tense during a private conversation with Diddy at a past Rock Nation event. Online users claimed he looked nervous, and some even suggested he was secretly recording the exchange using a Ring device. Whether true or not, the clip only added fuel to an already raging fire. And this is where the public opinion really shifted. Even if Jay-Z didn't personally do anything, people kept asking the same question over and over. Why was he in that room in the first place? No matter how supporters tried to explain it away, the optics were bad. To many, it felt like another sign that he was more connected to these situations.
You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of shit that go with Jay-Z, but like I said, man, this is just February, family. We still got all year for shit to come out. This is just February. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it's a lot of moving parts to it. But at the end of the day, is anybody trying to do anything about it? Since the shit goes so high up, like for instance, the reporter, what's her name, Savannah Guthrie, her mama being kidnapped. I mean, how many people actually think that that's coincidence? Being that there's a little bit of shit that's been coming out, because y'all do know Savannah had interviews with the victims, right? And was scheduled to come out with some shit. I don't know if y'all knew that. Savannah Guthrie, the lady, like in real time, Savannah Guthrie's mom kidnapped. See all this shit come up? And mind you, she's been gone. She's been gone 2 weeks, right? The lady, she's in her 80s. She lived by herself, and she had a heart monitor, and she had heart monitor medicine. She had medicine for her heart. So obviously, she has a refill that needs to be refilled, and they have no leads and no shit like that. Now, do you believe that? So now I want to put Savannah Guthrie's husband and Epstein files. All right. Now, Check this shit out. Check out who Savannah Guthrie's husband associated with. He ran Al Gore and Bill Clinton's campaign shit, financial shit.
I do I take to Grisso? To Grisso, I can make pancakes.
Let's bring in comic Alex Stein. Alex, what do you make of that explanation from Hillary Clinton?
Well, Hillary Clinton is a psychopath. I mean, she has the ability to lie better than any Hollywood actress. You know what the weirdest thing is with this Savannah Guthrie kidnapping. You know, Savannah's husband, Michael Feldman, actually worked in the Clinton administration in the '90s, and then he ran a group called I think it's called I wrote it down, Glover Park Group. That was actually a public affairs consultant where he worked with the Clintons and basically got all their dirt off the internet. So there is a weird connection where this guy.
Did y'all just hear that shit? Did y'all just hear that shit? Savannah, the lady mama that's kidnapped, her husband was in charge of getting rid of the Clintons' dirty laundry. And they trying to make you believe that the kidnapping ain't got shit to do with the Epstein files? Are we kidding? Are you kidding me? Is this a game? They putting all this shit in your face. Body doubles. People that obviously that ain't the real person. They put them in your face. Motherfuckers end up kidnapped right at the same conveniently time that shit coming out. And nobody's putting shit together. Are we dumb? Or we just choosing like, man, we don't really give a fuck. The shit goes so high up, as long as it's not on my doorstep, I don't really care. I don't think that's the mentality to have. And I feel like, well, shit, at least I could do is just shed some light about it and talk about it. Cause I feel like ain't nobody trying to tie this shit together. And listen to what the man just said. We are going through this in real time. Savannah Guthrie's the lady on the Good Morning show. Her mom is kidnapped and they looking for her mama right now. And the son-in-law, he's a son-in-law. The son-in-law of the kidnap is this person that's tied to the Epstein file. Listen to what he said.
It's basically like
This shit crazy.
And Michael Feldman actually worked in the Clinton administration in the '90s, and then he ran a group called I think it's called I wrote it down, Glover Park Group. That was actually a public affairs consultant where he worked with the Clintons and basically got all their dirt off the internet. So there is a weird connection where this guy is basically like a Clinton cleaner, and then now his mother-in-law gets kidnapped right when the Epstein files come out. It's almost like I'm just speculating this. The kidnapping could be somebody sending a message to Savannah Guthrie not to get involved because she's one of the few mainstream media journalists that actually interviewed one of Epstein's victims. So I don't know, with all of the weird mystery surrounding kidnapping.
Wild. That is a wild conspiracy theory, even for you, Alex. But I do know you do love your conspiracy.
There we go with the conspiracy theory. Did you hear that? And you hear how they just dismiss it. Oh, how we love your conspiracy theories. But that's a wild one, even for you. See how they dismiss the shit? We're talking about somebody that's kidnapped in real time and shit that's logically, you be like, man, I don't believe in too many coincidences. How rare does a kidnapping of an old ass woman happen where you don't take shit? And the daughter is so happened had lined up a special interview, a special from one of the person who been sexually man, get the fuck out of here, bro. So again, what my boy Big Ward say? It's the world. It's the world. Ain't nobody really trying to stop this shit on so many levels. And then once they drag it out, they're hoping that people lose interest. You see what I'm saying? Like it'll just lose traction. That's crazy, man.
Theory. So you're the perfect man to ask this question. There are millions online on social media at the moment who are speculating about Ghislaine Maxwell's newly released video. There are
Look at this shit.
many who are saying,
That's what I was talking about. This is what I was talking about earlier. There ain't no way in hell that lady is Ghislaine Maxwell. That's clearly somebody fucking else. That's fucking Austin Powers and shit.
this is an imposter, that she looks markedly different. Her nose in particular, they say, is different. It's been the subject of
Look at that shit.
analysis.
Who is that? Look at that shit, y'all. Look at that. That's wrong. That's wrong, bro. And earlier in the live, I showed you an even more recent picture. Ghislaine didn't even have that hairstyle when she was locked up. She didn't even have that hairstyle when she was locked up. Her shit done grew to her damn shoulders. So who the fuck is that? This is a old. This picture of her is way old. The early, like maybe 2016. They saying that this shit was last week. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy work. But it's another conspiracy theory, right?
Surely you don't subscribe to that sort of wild conspiracy theory.
Well, Rita, of course I do. First of all, you're big on social media, and you've seen those videos. Well, what I'm saying, you've seen those videos where they can buy a mask and it looks like Walter White from Breaking Bad. So I wouldn't be surprised. And then you saw the Daily Mail article that said that they had to use a fake body double, and they got rid of Jeffrey Epstein's body. They admitted that. Why do they need to use a body double? So some funny business is going on. Trust me.
Oh, look, I just can't believe that it would be a fake Ghislaine Maxwell and that she's free somewhere in the tropics enjoying herself. I don't know. I mean, I know a lot of conspiracy theories have proved to be accurate, but that's too wild for me. I'm not there yet, Alex. Now, let's talk about this case out of Minneapolis. There's been more charges arising out of a church being.
All right. So you got people dismissing the shit. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, hold on, they saying Epstein file case live Clinton testimony. Let me
Wonderful.
North Carolina needs a warrior.
This is a fantastic woman, Lori.
Let's see what's going on.
Finally,
They saying this this shit live with the Clinton. Let me see.
Fridays were all about you and your health journey.
That Trump, quote, knew about the girls. Donald Trump acknowledging he knew Epstein was a, quote, creep, and that Epstein recruited girls and women from Mar-a-Lago. Trump saying he wants to cover up the files because, quote, my friends will get hurt. If we're committed to transparency and justice, why is that off limits for this committee? Why is his name absent? Why no discussion of Attorney General Bondi's refusal to comply for months with this committee's subpoena?
Well, shit, you know why that, bro. You ain't gotta. But nah, that wasn't the Clintons. That was some old shit.
Enforcement source told you about a possible suspect in the case. Sure. So after almost 4 decades in this business, I've collected a few friends at the FBI and then local law enforcement all over the country. And the source that I have is impeccable. And he said that not only were the cameras smashed, plural cameras smashed, so that the suspect likely knew about the locations of them, but that the car belonging to the sister of Savannah Guthrie, Annie Guthrie, was towed, impounded, and taken into evidence. And this is the wording. It's very important. The wording is very important. He said
they now believe the son-in-law may be the prime suspect. Those are the words. Son-in-law may be the prime suspect at this point.
Man, that ain't saying shit. The son-in-law, they talking about the wrong son-in-law. I'm telling you, Savannah Guthrie is the news reporter. Because if Savannah, who she was, hold on, let me shut up. If Savannah who she was, and this is why they don't depend on us to, if we want to know the unknown, we study what we already know. Y'all know if they kidnap my mama, your mama, but nobody give a flying toot, okay? But the fact that it's Savannah's mom is causing the nation to feel empathy for that, right? People, mama get kidnapped, you know what I mean, everywhere. But they don't have the support of the nation looking for this one particular person. You see what I'm saying? So why wouldn't in their mind the significance of her celebrity be the main focal point in the energy that they would keep towards finding the kidnapper? It all should be that's the biggest evidence of the case. Do you understand how stupid this sounds? For nobody to consider the celebrity of it all and to consider that would be a target, knowing that the Savannah just had a interview with the witness of the Epstein file shit. We that naive. And anything that they're gonna give us, that's what we're gonna go with. And it's a damn shame, bro. And they telling you. Not only that, her husband. What is the significance of Savannah's husband being a buffer, a person who got rid of all the dirty laundry online for the Clintons? This shit crazy. And none of this is being presented as a man like, yo, social media, like we gotta do it. We gotta do it, family. Because the regular media won't do it. And we're just supposed to believe that it's all a coincidence that this kidnapping has happened along with all this Epstein files being released bullshit. This is crazy, bro. So yeah, man, it ain't no hope other than to shed awareness of it. But man, you can't really do nothing. Just protect your own family and pray. Pray to the Lord. This shit weird, man. And yeah. Mhm. And, Savannah Guthrie's husband. Okay, that's him.
Michael, is there anything you want to say to people who have done this?
Look, he trying to hurry up and get up out of there.
Michael, how's the family holding up? Anything you can say? Michael, how are you?
He spoke. He said, "How you doing?"
Michael, how's the family holding up? Is there anything you can say? All right. Michael, is there anything you want to say to people who have done this? Michael, how's the family holding up? Anything you can say? Michael, how are you?
That's so funny, bro. Oh man.
You think that when you're well known, right? Like Savannah's very well known. You get the red carpet treatment and you get better treatment than like the average person. I mean, I think that's what the average person thinks, that these celebrities get like the red carpet and like and level up. And there's no question that if this were, some Jane Smith, 84-year-old woman, we would not have anywhere near this level of media coverage or law enforcement coverage, and not anywhere near. So that there is some of that. But there's also the risk of like what happened to Kobe Bryant.
Oh
Where, like,
shit.
that helicopter pilot flew when he had to know he shouldn't have because it was Kobe Bryant and he didn't want to tell him no. And he didn't just follow protocol because it was Kobe Bryant. And I had some of this in my own life too, where you're like,
Kobe Bryant.
it's actually not a gift for them to treat you in any special way whatsoever. I just want to be treated just like you would treat anybody else. And so, like, if this sheriff is holding on to this case and not sending evidence where, he could voice this off on the FBI, it could be their problem. That'd be great. But like, does he really want to take himself off of the Savannah Guthrie case and not be the one to bring Nancy home and possibly get all the glory? I don't think he's yet at the phase where he's like, I'm gonna get all the blame if I don't solve this. And I wonder whether that's hurting this case. You think that when you're well
Hell
known, right?
no.
Like Savannah's very well known.
They all in on it, nigga. What are you talking about? This shit is a clear distraction. What? What are you talking about? Savannah husband connection to Epstein.
Jeffrey.
No, I'm sorry. Savannah's connection to Epstein victims. There we go.
How do I earn more money on my money?
Yo, I appreciate y'all still hanging in there, yo.
Right. With SoFi checking and savings, you can score one of the best APYs in the league.
And our home. She's 84 years old. This was Virginia Jufrey and 60.
Hold on, time's out.
Sat down.
I want to ask a question, yo. Do y'all think that she don't think they motivation got something to do with her? Do you think that she think this is random, like the rest of the nation? You or in the back of her mind, you think she know that this got something to do with her? Or do you think she just really naive and ain't even considering this got anything to do with me? Is that where we going with it? I'll press play.
With Savannah Guthrie, her mom was just kidnapped a couple days ago, and they took this video off of all of their networking. I was so young.
Boom. This is Savannah's interview with the victims from the Epstein's files, y'all. This shit was supposed to go on air, and it never made it. Her mama was kidnapped. Her mama, see, she was trying to be the big hero you know what I'm saying? Like how they did Kelly with the surviving R. Kelly. This was gonna be the same shit. She was gonna spearhead this and put out the media version, and then they was gonna, you know what I mean? It was gonna, but nah, this never made it to the media. They kidnapped her goddamn mama, allegedly. Let's continue. So this the actual interview.
I'm giving you a prince today. I didn't know at that point. Savannah Guthrie, who interviewed.
And that's the lady, what she said, I'm gonna wind it back, what she said, I'm going to see a prince today. She was talking about Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew got arrested today. So I'll show you. That's what she said. Check it out.
With Savannah Guthrie, her mom was just
Check out the blonde lady that she interviewed.
They took this video off of all of their networking.
Look. I was so young. He woke me up in the morning and said, you're going to meet a prince today. I didn't know at that point. Savannah Guthrie interviewed Epstein's accusers and is personally mentioned.
Boom. Woke up and said, you're going to meet a prince today. Prince Andrew. Yeah.
In the Epstein files is now searching for her missing elderly mother, Nancy. Is it a coincidence? Well, not according to a new leak from an insider who allegedly worked for Savannah's husband, Michael Feldman. See, Feldman founded a crisis management firm, and the files specifically mentioned this firm after someone.
Hey, bruh, this nigga managed a crisis management firm. Have you ever even heard of some shit like that? A crisis management firm. That's exactly, bruh. I never knew no shit like that existed. Okay, a crisis. Uh-huh. You hire somebody, yo, wow.
Recommended it to Epstein. It turns out one of Feldman's jobs for his company included scrubbing the internet of unwanted press. And then there's the political connection. Feldman held key roles in the Clinton administration, including senior advisor and liaison to Congress. However, Michael Feldman hasn't been heard or seen since Savannah's mother disappeared. He hasn't posted anything on social media or issued any statements about his mother-in-law's disappearance. But even without all of these strange connections, Savannah, her husband, and Epstein, this whole Nancy Guthrie kidnapping story was already bizarre from the jump. And the way authorities have been handling the case is suspicious on its own. They literally all look like they're giving a bad acting performance. And if some people believe that is local in the Tucson area or that she's been taken somewhere much further at this point.
We're just not gonna give up hope. We hope she's out there.
So we still believe this is an active rescue mission at this point. Something stinks to high heavens here, and the fact that Nancy was abducted without a trace less than 48 hours after the Epstein files dump is way too big a coincidence to ignore.
It's not a coincidence that Savannah Guthrie interviewed Virginia Gray and other Epstein victims. Her mom has gone missing, and she's in the Epstein drop, the recent one. Yeah, they were watching her. She's mentioned 9 times.
Nancy Guthrie disappeared from her home in the middle of the night on January 31st, and the details are so bizarre that a lot of people are starting to believe this goes way beyond a simple ransom kidnapping. So the internet started connecting the dots, and turns out every trail people follow seems to circle right back to Epstein. First of all, Savannah Guthrie is personally mentioned in the Epstein files for doing an interview in 2019 with Virginia Giuffre, Jennifer Arias, and other Epstein victims. Somebody whose name was redacted in the files emailed Epstein to give him a heads up about Savannah's interview and listed all the victims who were interviewed for Dateline. Savannah.
You hear that? Somebody already, I'll play it again.
Interview with Epstein victims here. First of all, Savannah Guthrie is personally mentioned in the Epstein files for doing an interview in 2019 with Virginia Giuffre, Jennifer Arias, and other Epstein victims. Somebody whose name was redacted in the files emailed Epstein to give him a heads up about Savannah's.
See? There you go. Somebody sent Epstein a heads up about what Savannah had did, and they redacted the name of who did it. You see that? You see that? They redacted. And that's the FBI. The FBI know, but they redacted. Once they were forced to make it public, that's what you get. Protection. Not for us. Not for us common folks that do shit, but for the elite. That's what they get. See? Pretty much immunity from prosecution.
Interview and listed all the victims who were interviewed for Dateline. Savannah's interview with Epstein victims aired on Dateline NBC on September 20th, 2019, and it revealed graphic details of crimes orchestrated by Epstein and his associates. Virginia Giuffre named Prince Andrew and described incidents that took place in his London townhouse.
Boom. There's the pictures. This is Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew arrested. And are there more? Look. There's Ghislaine Maxwell. That's the real Ghislaine. Not the one that they showing. But that's the real one. Okay, that's Ghislaine Maxwell. That's the victim that was Savannah interviewed, and I don't know how old she was, 16, I believe. And that is Prince Andrew. There it is. Boom.
Epstein's New York mansion and on his private island. What happened? I was so young.
Alone. The first time in London, I was so young. That's what she said. That's the first thing she said. She said Ghislaine woke her up in the morning.
Today.
Said you're gonna meet a prince today.
That I was going to be to that prince. This interview was also the first time other victims, such as Jennifer Arias, Marika Chartuni, and Shantae Davies, shared their stories publicly and described how Epstein operated. I feel let down, that he was able to. Yeah, it was really upsetting. They felt this before. The interviews also featured former Palm Beach Police Chief Michael Ryder, who called the mishandling of Epstein's case the worst failure of the criminal justice system in modern times. What's interesting, though, is that there's no full publicly available version of Savannah's 2019 interview anywhere online. You can only find short clips, and everything in those clips is stuff that was already known, legally cleared, and considered safe to air. But this is where it gets deeper. Savannah didn't back down after that interview. Instead, it almost seemed like she was determined to push the idea that only Republicans were involved in Epstein's network, despite the files clearly showing powerful figures from both political parties were implicated. However, before the 2020 election, Savannah aggressively pressured Trump to say there was no Democrat satanic ring. Yet she never once pressed the issue of Democrats being involved with Epstein at all.
It is this theory that Democrats are satanic ring, and that you are the savior of that.
The great Michael Watley.
Wow. And do you see how the commercial come in like that? So convenient.
I'm the next senator from North Carolina. I'm going to be a fighter every day for this great.
I won't let you skip it. But anyway, she just said, yo, she asked Donald Trump directly, bro, there's a rumor going around that you are supposed to be taking down the biggest satanic sex trafficking ring that are ran by the Democrats. You supposed to be that savior. Is that true? On a national stage. I watched it live. That's a playback. When that actually happened, I watched that live. And my jaw was on the ground. I couldn't believe it. What type of question is that? And this, mind you, this is before he won the election.
To create jobs, raise wages, lower prices. We need to keep our kids and our communities safe. Trump endorsed Michael Watley. Michael Watley is incredible, and he represents your values, that I can tell you. I'm Michael Watley, and I approve this message.
Rosie, Stevie, and Boria, home of the largest jackpots in Virginia, and where just one spin could change your life. Check out the
Brady Arrow uses AI to build websites that manage appointments from different places online. So I can.
Now, can you just once and for all state that that is completely not true? It's about QAnon in its entirety.
I know nothing about QAnon.
Just told you.
You told me, but what you tell me doesn't necessarily make it fact. I hate to say that. I know nothing about it.
Even just like
And that brings us to Savannah's husband, Michael
And
Feldman.
she felt like she would do. You don't know about the Democrats running a satanic cult in the deep state. When I heard it, I couldn't believe. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Mhm.
Involved with the Democratic.
But you ain't gonna talk about the laptop and Hunter Biden laptop smoking fucking crack and shit, smoking crack pipes and all that type of shit, right? And Joe Biden giving immunity to his son. Is anybody gonna talk about that and Joe Biden son allegations? Are we just gonna forget that Joe Biden, as president, gave immunity to his son? No jail time. See how the media is so strategic in shifting our thought process. The lady telling you this shit going on both sides, Democrats and Republicans. They don't give a fuck. That Democrat and Republican shit is some bullshit for us. That's that shit they throw at us. It's crazy.
Party for many years. He served as a Democratic political aide during the Clinton-Gore administration, holding roles such as senior advisor and traveling chief of staff for Vice President Al Gore and acting as a chief liaison to Congress. He also worked on Bill Clinton's 1992 presidential campaign and served in the Senate Democratic Policy Committee. Feldman later co-founded crisis management firm, the Glover Park Group, and this firm is actually named in the Epstein files as a suggested contact. Specifically, an email from 2015 involving Larry Summers suggests to Epstein that he should speak to someone at the Glover Park Group, pointing out the firm had helped Bill Clinton and General Petraeus. And get this, the website of the Glover Park Group has now been removed just days after the Epstein files were released and Savannah's mother went missing. But that's not all. Michael Feldman is also the founding partner of...
Hey, bruh. So the damn firm that's in charge of scrubbing shit, now all of a sudden they took the website down. We got to be the biggest idiots, bro. Dang.
S Global, a major international communications, consulting, and advocacy firm. It turns out Feldman works closely with Greg Rothschild, a partner at FGS Global.
Boom, now we're getting to the banking. This the Rothschild, Greg Rothschild. This the great grandson. Okay? He the managing director, but he's not the CEO. But it's a family bank. Okay? The Rothschild Group.
Technology and media practice. Now, remember what Epstein said in that email about what family he represents.
Roth and Jeffrey Epstein, who worked on behalf of the Rothschilds, according to him, wrote that in an email. Rothschilds who credit themselves with having created which nation state?
You see what? This isn't just a regular house. Check that name too. Carolina de Hard. Interesting. Oh, it seems like it's just a church now. Oh wait. No.
Treasure hunt for girls on the island.
You see the coding on the subject that the senior.
Guess what? They're niggers. Y'all see that? So this email saying that we on a treasure hunt for girls. And guess what? Like they excited, like, guess what? These girls are niggers. This is what they think of you. This is what they think of you. This is what they think of young girls. Niggers. This is your elite. This your high up. This the rich right here. This is what they think of your young girls. Right there. See how they got it X'd out? But that's what that word say. Niggers. I'm looking right at it. Niggers. Right there.
But this is the mission that they want all to be protected. Despite some seeing things like this.
New Brazilians just arrived. Sexy, cute.
To Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. A lot of people online are now saying something is off about the investigation, and the fact that Nancy went missing at the same time 3 million of Epstein's files were released is an interesting coincidence, especially now that we know Savannah is personally mentioned in the Epstein files, as is her husband's company. The husband who worked for the Clintons, the same Clintons who are set to testify on the Epstein case in front of the House Oversight Committee later this month. Now, to be clear, this is all speculation. These could really be just weird coincidences.
So let me ask you this:
Disappearance.
are the Clintons gonna make it to that deposit to that thing where they gotta testify in front of Congress? Do you think they're gonna make it? I don't think so. They owe the crepping ass. No, something gonna happen. Black History Month, something gonna happen. You mark my words, and we're gonna be right here going live talking about it.
Has nothing to do with the Epstein case. But then again, if you went through the Epstein files, you know we can no longer put anything past these so-called elites. Even the wildest conspiracies were proven true.
There go ball.
So
There you go. Now, I want to talk about this deity right here. Baal, aka Moloch, right? This is what they sacrificing the kids for, allegedly. Okay? They are sacrificing the kids for Baal. And they're sacrificing the kid alive. Okay? And they have a giant statue of this Baal. And what they do, the inside open up. And that's what they stick the kids in, and they burn the kids alive up. And the smoke come out the home. Baal.
anything is
Now we have, look, this is what they say. This is what's said in the yellow. Now we have evidence of Epstein circle looking at even eating children. See that? Now we have evidence of Epstein circle eating people, eating children. Circle kissing and even eating children. Okay, so that's what it is. Kissing and eating children. Okay. That's crazy.
at this point. And what is undeniable is that everything about the Nancy Guthrie case is extremely weird. And unlike anything we've seen before with kidnapping cases, Nancy has limited mobility, needs daily medication, and is mentally sharp, meaning she wasn't the kind of person who could just wander off on her own. Officials also found that her doorbell camera was disconnected in the early hours of the morning. And shortly after, her pacemaker stopped syncing to her apps, all within the same tight overnight window when she disappeared. There was also blood found at the entrance of the house that matched Nancy's DNA, and authorities say that's consistent with someone being taken against their will. However, despite all the media attention and a massive search involving local police, FBI agents, and homicide teams, no suspects or persons of interest have been officially identified, which is extremely unusual for a high-profile abduction. Now, there were reports about multiple ransom notes being sent to outlets like TMZ. However, those were later proven to be fake, and one ransom requester was arrested. Something about this just doesn't add up. And if the Epstein case taught us anything, it's that the powerful protect themselves, and anyone who gets in their way disappears. Maybe it's a tragic crime. Maybe it's connected. Either way, Nancy Guthrie's disappearance isn't normal, and people are starting to notice.
If you're buying or selling a home,
Did it? Now, let me play devil's advocate. What happened if that's a distraction and she ain't been kidnapped at all? Maybe she maybe something else is going on. Even it's still dealing with the Epstein files, but it might not be a situation as to where uh she really is kidnapped or really is in danger. Like I said, Prince Andrew just got arrested today. And like I said, all of this shit is happening at the same time. There's a lot of moving parts to this shit, man. So the sacrifice to Baal and eating children.
Baal was one of the most powerful and widely worshipped deities in the ancient Canaanite and Phoenician pantheon. Revered as a storm god, a bringer of fertility, and a protector of kingdoms, Baal's influence stretched across the Levant, from the great cities of Tyre and Sidon to the mighty civilization of Carthage. Known by many names, Baal-Hadad in Canaan, Baal-Hamon in Carthage, he was seen as both a giver of life and a demanding master who required unwavering devotion. His temples stood at the heart of ancient cities, where priests and kings sought his favor through elaborate rituals, including burnt offerings, grand festivals, and at times human sacrifices. The most controversial of these rites was the sacrifice of children, a practice recorded in biblical texts and described by Greek and Roman historians as a desperate plea for divine intervention during times of war, famine, or natural disaster. As a god of both prosperity and destruction, Baal's worship was a complex blend of reverence, fear, and necessity. His followers believed that through devotion and sacrifice, they could ensure their survival, secure their dominion, and keep chaos at bay. But in the end, even the greatest civilizations that worshiped Baal, Canaan, Phoenicia, and Carthage, would fall, leaving behind only fragments of their faith and the echoes of their ancient prayers. Carthage, child sacrifices to Baal, traveled to the Phoenician city of Carthage, where the god Baal demanded a different kind of sacrifice: children. In the infamous ritual of Moloch's embrace, infants were placed in the burning hands of a bronze statue, consumed by fire while chants drowned out their cries. For centuries, historians debated whether these tales were propaganda by Rome. But archaeological evidence, urns filled with the charred remains of young children, suggests a grim reality.
So, and this is some of the shit that they on now.
North Carolina needs a warrior. Thankfully, we have one.
Lori, watch out.
Combat colonel who led our troops in the battle. Now she's going to fight in Congress.
This is a fantastic woman, Lori. Watch out.
You introduce your buddy to DT of St. Louis. He goes on the set.
Has some consequences, and he had to resign from his position. I'll talk about that in a second. But Elon was also on this list, and we all know how Elon Musk was. You know,
Look at the names. Look at all the names on the Epstein list. It's the Epstein flight log.
Jay-Z. Jay-Z's lawyer, also, by the way, is a representative for Elon Musk. So it all goes back to the same thing, man. It all goes back to the same people. Here's another correspondence where Bezos' name was mentioned in the Epstein files. See it right here. Put it in full screen for you. Said Jeff Bezos at SMU Friday. Worst scene, if I'm not still sick. Somebody said, yes, you could. I think it's Epstein said, yes, you can say hello from me. So, for him to say, yes, you can say hello from me, meaning it insinuates that Epstein and Bezos already knew each other.
Jeff Bezos on Amazon.
So, all these different people around Jay-Z, man, all these billionaires around Jay-Z, you can see why he would feel invincible. You got Robert Kraft throwing up the rock.
Look at that shit.
Robert Kraft in the party with you.
Come on, bro.
You know what I'm saying? So when you go through the list of it, you kind of understand, like, there's a lot of people around Jay-Z.
Look at his hand right on the thigh. Look at his hands on his thigh.
You got to look at it. You got to look at it. And all these people are involved in the Epstein files as well. So when I look at it, I go through the list. I'm like, yo, I
tell you when they throw their hands,
they're all connected, and they all will feel like they're all powerful because they got the biggest connections in the world. So when you go through the list, let's go through the list one last time to see who everybody is. You got Jay-Z, Ben Brockman, the lawyer that represents Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, and Diddy, or represented them in the past. Then you got R. Kelly, who Jay-Z was connected to. That's 4. Then you got Alex Spiro, Jay-Z's lawyer, who represents Elon Musk and Alec Baldwin, who's also accused and named in the Epstein files. Then you got Robert Kraft, the owner of the New England Patriots, who's in the Epstein files. Then you got the Quinn Emanuel law firm, where they're named in the Epstein files by Epstein's lawyer, Jack Goldberger, and Quinn Emanuel law firm employs Jay-Z's lawyer, Alex Spiro, currently. Alex Spiro also used to work for Benjamin Brockman. Then you got Diddy, you got Tommy Mottola, who's named 600 and 750 times in the files. Then you got obviously the connection between Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. Then you got Marina Abramovich. Then you got then you got Jeff Bezos. Then you got Josh Harris. That's 15 people that are in the Epstein files that are named and have some type of or have had some type of relationship in the past with Jay-Z. And we're just getting started and it's just counting. Man, I'm sure more will come out in the future. But that's the connections. That's who's around. That's why Jay-Z is being accused of what he's being accused of. And that's why people are looking at him like he's funny in the light. There's some smoke, and we're starting to sense that there's a fire somewhere. We don't know what's going on, but we know all y'all are connected in some way. That's what I got for you guys. My name is Will Evans. If you enjoyed this, contribute to the platform by donating on Cash.
Real. That's shout out to my boy Will Evans, man. Hell yeah. Good shit, man. Just letting you know, bro. You hear all them names that my man just mentioned, bro. Let's talk about Moloch.
But one of the places that, or one of the islands that Jeff Epstein,
the St. Island.
or he was affiliated with, was an island called Little St. James. And if you Google this, there was a temple that he had built on Little St. James, and basically the temple was believed to be a temple that was built to Moloch. Now, some of you may be like, who is Moloch? Some of you guys that read your Bible a lot, especially in the Old Testament, you may already know who Moloch is, but it was believed that that particular temple, if you Google it, the Epstein's temple, they believe that it was a temple that was built to Moloch. And it's crazy because, you know, you hear people put these videos out here and you hear these different people talk about these situations of what they believe went on at his properties or at his temple, and it's a lot of times it's chalked up as conspiracy theory or it's made fun of. But Moloch is an actual deity. It's actually in the Bible. And if most people don't read the Bible or don't know that, they don't realize that Moloch is in the Bible, and there's a reason why they believe that some of the things that were going on, they were going on, especially if it was a temple that was erected for that purpose, for the purpose of worshiping Moloch. And when you look in the Old Testament, you know, before the Israelites had entered Canaan, God warned them not to participate in Moloch worship. And I'm going to read a couple scriptures to you guys. And now listen to this. This is super powerful. Leviticus 18:21 says, "And thou shalt not let any of thy seed," this is God talking, "pass through the fire to Molech." But that's just another name for Moloch. To Molech. "Neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. I am the Lord." Now don't miss that when it said, you know, let any of thy seed, you know, thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire to Molech. Leviticus 20:2 says, "Again, thou shalt say to the children of Israel, whosoever he be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn in Israel." So he says, whether you are a child of Israel or you are a stranger just sojourning in Israel, that giveth any of his seed unto Molech, he shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones. This is how serious God was when it came to the worship of Moloch and the passing of the seed through the fire to Moloch. And just to give you a little background on it, the Phoenicians were a loosely gathered group of people who inhabited Canaan, which is modern day Lebanon, Syria, and Israel, between 50 BC and 300 BC. In addition to sexual rituals, watch this. And now think about some of you that have seen some of these videos made on YouTube or hear people talking about these things that some have chalked up to be, oh, they're kooky, that, you know, that can't possibly be going on. Listen to what they were doing. It says, in addition to sexual rituals, Moloch worship. So one of the Moloch worships was sexual rituals, and that's the thing that we hear that are believed that a lot of these celebrities, politicians, especially those that were connected to Jeff Epstein, especially at that temple. And, you know, they even have some of Jeff Epstein's flight logs where they said that there were prominent people on those flight logs, you know, that have went to some of these islands and some of these places. But I don't want you to miss what this is saying. It is saying that in addition to sexual rituals, Moloch worship included child sacrifice. Once again, that's another thing you hear people talking about children being sacrificed. People talking about how, there have been documented where countries said that people came in and took, like poor countries and paid them to take the majority of their kids to be, sex trafficked and sacrificed. And you hear all of these things and you think that it's kind of sounds silly and it's a joke. And it's just letting you know that, listen, this is no joke. The children are being hunted after, they're being sought after. Satan hates the children because it reminds them of the love of God. It says Moloch worship included child sacrifice or passing children through the fire. That's what God was telling them. It says it is believed that idols of Moloch were giant metal statues of a man's with a bull's head. Each image had a hole in the abdomen and possibly outstretched forearms that made a kind of ramp to the hole. A fire was lit in or around the statue. Babies were placed in the statue's arm or in the hole. When a couple sacrificed their firstborn, watch this, they believed that Moloch would ensure financial prosperity for the family and the future children. If you are anybody that have ever watched any videos dealing with powerful families, powerful politicians, powerful movie stars, pedophilia rings, and all that. These are the types of things that you have heard. But listen, this goes way back in the Bible that they were people that were passing their children through the fire to Moloch, where they were worshiping him, believing that he was going to bring them certain power and certain wealth. Like these things are real. I can't tell you everybody that is involved and not involved. That's up to God to reveal. I mean, we got ideas of who are involved and not involved, but that is not why I am here today. That is not why I am talking to you today. I am talking to you because I want you to know that the threat to our children is real. The things that we hear about, a lot of these things are not made up. A lot of these things are going on. There are people that are sex trafficking these little kids. There are people that are sacrificing these little kids, taking their lives. So many kids disappear every day that it is unbelievable and outrageous because this is Satan's world. The Bible says he is the God of this world and he has the minds of those that do not belong to Christ. So they are running rampant. We know that God allows it and it is all happening for a reason. And because some of you may be saying, oh, well, why God is allowing this? Because this is a falling world. And that's why he says, listen, you better get close to me and hold on to me. He that endures to the end shall be saved. This is not a game. I'm not here to make everything easier for you. I prophesied this to you. I told you that the world is going to get worse and worse. And the things that you're going to begin to find out that a lot of times we don't talk about in church, it's going to be disgusting to you. It's going to be almost to the point. I tell people this all the time, guys, and I know I need to slow down, but I mean, this is really heavy on me. But I tell people this all the time, and I've been saying it for years. If you know any of my personal friends, you can ask them. I says, listen, if God was to open the lens of our eyes and allow us to see all the spiritual demonic activity that's going on around us and all of the things that are happening around us, even right next door to us, the neighbor next door, or whatever have you, we would think God let us down. That's how wicked this place is. But God's fame to claim his glory is in that he keeps his children in a perverse and wicked generation and that he's going to deliver his children. The Bible says that he knows those that are his. So we are winning. Just because everybody's acting crazy and the world is dying, that doesn't mean that we're not winning. We are absolutely winning. God day by day is showing.
So pretty much, I just wanted to show you the significance of Moloch. You know what I'm saying? Everything that's going on with Ball. Ball is Moloch. Now, to shed more clarity on how real it is, I'm gonna show you something. The burning of the statue of Baal in Iran. Now check this shit out now. What I'm about to show you is a Muslim state. Okay. You remember earlier when I told you Epstein was so powerful that he had the access to grab the holy rug off of the cube, the black cube in Mecca, the holy city for the Muslims. and he would have it delivered to the island of Epstein. Now, this is another Muslim country, right? In Iran, they have a statue from the United States and Israel of statues of Baal all over Iran. And here you go. You see the Iranian people burning the statue. Check it out.
So this is within the last 24 hours in Iran. They erected a statue made of cardboard or some sort of material, a statue of Baal, and an obelisk next to it, and then they set it on fire and burnt it to ashes. It's basically a symbolic way of saying fuck you to the Illuminati and fuck you to the New World Order and all that stuff. And this wasn't the only one; there were multiple.
Look at this shit, bro. This is in Iran. Look at what they doing. They burning the statue, bro. Symbolic, religious shit. You see that? 24 hours. Y'all see it? And look what's on the Star of David. That's Israel.
Of these burnings going on, and you can see here, there's one. I think this was in Mashhad, and then they got one in somewhere else, and you can see on the obelisk, they've got the Eye of Horus symbolism, the Masonic symbolism, and all that stuff. And
look, and look, hold on. My man ain't even read it. You got to read it. What it say? Look at what it say, y'all. Pedophiles and killers are the devil. Y'all see? That's what it say on the bottom of that banner. It's got a ball and it's got like puppet strings, and it's got President Trump. Then it's got Prime Minister Netanyahu, which is over there in Israel. Then they got that I forgot that other Saudi Arabian dude, and then they got Epstein. God damn, that shit crazy. And then they got the kids. Look at the kids up there. Dang.
Masonic symbolism and all that stuff. And yeah, but
they got the pride flag.
And you can see the
bro, it's ball.
Yakin and Boaz on either side. So I've talked about this in previous videos, where they do this as a sort of like a symbolic celebration, kind of a fun thing they do every year during the anniversary of the revolution and stuff. So yeah, it's kind of going viral on Twitter at the moment, and I've seen some people kind of questioning it, like, well, why do they have a statue of it anyway? And just explain to them, it's they make it of cardboard and then they set it on fire. Like, the sole purpose of building it is to destroy it. It's a symbolic thing. They're not real statues or anything like that. And some people are saying, oh, it's an act of worship. These people trying to make it out like Iran is some sort of evil empire or something. And it's like these accounts are literally like Israeli Zionists trying to hijack the narrative, because that's what they do. It's damage control. It's to make people think, oh, they're just as evil as us, something like that. And it's funny, on one of the statues, they even put a little photo of Epstein's face on it, which I found pretty funny. But yeah, shout out to Iran. They're the only country that has the balls to do something like this, and they're one of the last countries that's resisting the New World Order and resisting the Illuminati, and that's why they're in the crosshairs. I keep telling people, that's the reason why.
This is the reason. It ain't got shit to do with Iran trying to come up with their own nuclear weapons. The only reason why they trying to have a nuclear weapon is to defend themselves, bruh. Look at this shit. This is the biggest threat to America. Look, they got the flag right there. Look at this shit. That's why they don't like Iran, y'all. Look. That is exactly why they don't like Iran. Because it is tradition for them to burn up balls. That's what America owned, the Bulls. That's why Michael Jordan played for the Bulls. Speaking of Michael Jordan, Cause they got Epstein and the pedophile shit and all that shit, right? Michael Jordan touching little boy at Daytona 500. Look at this shit. First of all, let's check this out. Cause I ain't know Stephen A had something to say. Y'all do know that I think Stephen A is gonna run for president. Y'all heard it here first. Stephen A is a entertainment, a sports analysis entertainment person, okay? Who started out as a beat writer, you know what I mean, and ended up being a columnist in Philly for the Philadelphia Inquirer. He started out in college playing basketball at Winston-Salem State, and he's from Queens, New York, whatever. Um, he got his start by really gaining relationships with Allen Iverson, and then going around USC's talking about Kwame Brown was a bust. I don't remember, y'all remember that. But anyway, long story short, I think Stephen A, he's a big personality. I think he's going to run for president. So it's funny that he has something to say. But before we get in that, we're going to talk about Michael Jordan. Y'all heard me. Michael Jordan touching a little kid inappropriately at a NASCAR. And the reason why, I don't know, I just went to Jordan. Once I always thought he was a part of the elitists, a part of the what they call the boule, which is the black elite. And so by him playing with the Bulls, yeah, and they burning up a bull. But anyway, yeah, check out this. Michael Jordan touching a little boy.
Keep never leaving.
Is my whole spice in there?
I think I'm gonna stay.
I'm not even gonna play the video because the last video I did talking about it, YouTube immediately tried to take it down, and then they had to restore it after I appealed it. They said that their automated system got it wrong, but they restored the video and then demonetized it, which obviously that means the video is not really gonna get pushed out and seen like that. So yeah, man, this is a still shot. Pretty sure a lot of you that's clicking on the video seen this already. We have a possible update.
Oh shit. This shit a ritual, bro. Yo. That's when he won his first championship. And that's when he first won his first NASCAR championship. Wow, bro.
So let's check out this clip right here, then I'll come back with some more commentary. Here's the video.
It initially looks shocking, and I think there's a reasonable explanation for it. Yeah, it looks like he's trying to get stuff out of his shirt and pants.
I think that's exactly. It's shocking
The first time you see it.
It looks shocking. Please do your due diligence and realize that's not grabbing his ass. He was grabbing his eyes to try to break them up and make them fall down, and they fell down on his legs, and he wiped them off his legs. None of us are doing it just because we all love Michael Jordan, which we all do.
He wasn't in the Epstein files.
No, he was not.
I mean,
He was not.
this was a thing. I mean, we would probably know about it.
Suppose we can see people are saying that the boy had ice down his back. MJ was getting the ice out of his shirt. Yeah, that's what they're trying to say with this MJ thing. A lot of people were saying that it was AI because it looked like Jordan had two left hands. But obviously, we all know that the video is not AI because people who watched the event live said that they seen it with their own two eyes. Like, no, this is not AI. I've literally seen this while watching it live on TV. And 50 Cent said, "What the F are you doing, Mike? If I have to put all these sneakers back, I'm going to F you up. What the F are you doing playing with that baby?" And yeah, man, that's 50 Cent reaction to it. And a lot of people saying that the kid had ice in his shirt. MJ was shaking the ice out of his shirt. And yeah, man, a lot of people was in 50 Cent's comment section, as you can see. Even got Terrell Owens saying, "Stop, y'all reaching, come on, 50 Cent." 50 Cent IG page put the video up, and it almost has 17K comments. Like I said, man, this is definitely a hot topic, and I would like for you guys to get in the comment section down below after hearing the update. Make sure you're coming to subscribe for more self-talk videos. Catch you guys on the next one. We out, guys. Peace.
to it.
That's math. And then there's $10 dignity. What's the math? 240.
They got to say.
One slice.
This video of Michael Jordan went viral after he won his first Daytona
Look at
500 race as an owner. There was confetti going everywhere, bottles being sprayed, but let me know what you think in the comments. Here's what Stephen A had to say about it.
Because I'm not here to comment on clips per se without full context.
Let's watch it again.
This video of Michael Jordan went viral.
They say he had ice. They say he had ice down his back.
As an owner.
They say he had ice down his back.
This video of Michael Jordan went viral after he won his first Daytona 500 race as an owner. There was confetti going everywhere, bottles being sprayed, but let me know what you think in the comments. Here's what Stephen A had to say about it.
Because I'm not here to comment on viral clips per se.
Was that ice?
Without full context. You got to contextualize these things properly. So let me try to do that for you. It's a kid that Michael Jordan loves like it's his own kid. It's a kid that he's known for years. That's the son.
They say that about Michael Jackson. And I'm glad. We gonna talk about Michael Jackson too.
If you see footage, if you see pictures, he's holding the kid in his arms, he's walking around playing with them or what have you. It's not the first time he's been seen with the kid, not the second time either.
Hold on. Okay, hold on, bro. You don't even make no damn sense. You sound like you work for a buffering firm. Don't even make no sense. Just because you know a kid, how does that not but increase your a person's increase you as a suspect when it comes to the law and prosecution? That makes you more of a suspect if you have more of a relationship versus you being just some random shit like a kidnapping or just randomly targeted. You're more prone to stuff like this if you have a relationship. What the fuck is he talking about? That's some buffering shit. That's some politician shit. That's what a politician would say. He's being politically correct right now to protect his interests, which is Michael Jordan. Nigga, weird, bro. That's a weird. I was expecting more from him than that. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna after this, I'm gonna try to find some shit on Mike because a lot of people were speculating that, you know what I mean, Mike was, the speculation that he was molesting. Shit, what happened if Mike was one molesting and he was on some shit trying to go against the ritual, like the Walt Disney ritual, by creating a spot called Never Never Land. You understand? So, yeah. Give me something to consider. So, let's see what this nigga got to say.
Love for him and his family. And I believe they
I got love for him and his family.
Standing right there. So I'm not here to sit up there and absolve anybody from anything. I'm saying, why would we jump to that conclusion? Why would we do that, particularly when it comes to somebody the likes of Michael Jordan? It's a legitimate question. Perhaps other people would be willing to answer it if they so choose. I'm not going to get into it too much because I think it's a ridiculous subject to tackle. That's my personal opinion based on the video that I saw.
It's ridiculous.
We also have to take into consideration.
But you addressing it. Hold on. You're addressing it though. It's ridiculous to tackle, but you're addressing it. But it won't be ridiculous if some other shit come out. You see how that works? That's crazy. Hey, shout out to my boy JoJo. I got that. You see how that worked from him. So yeah, but anyway, check this shit out.
Be distorted. We've got to take that into consideration. We've got to take into consideration the fact that it was just an 8-second clip. And the reality is that emotional misconceptions usually come into play. In a lot of these instances, one could easily argue. Certainly, Michael Jordan would argue that if he was prone to argue over such things.
He's the kind of person that's not going to dignify certain things with a response. The other ridiculousness of it is something that he would just simply summarily dismiss. And that's something that we have to take into consideration. But when we have to look at ourselves, I think it's important to say this. It's incredibly important to say this. There's nothing wrong with holding people accountable. We live in a day and age where it's very, very important to hold people accountable. It's pivotal, actually. But in the process of holding people accountable, it should be based on facts, not feelings. It should be based on what we know, not what we think. And unfortunately, the days and times that we're living in, that's not necessary.
See what I'm saying? There's other words dismissing conspiracy theories. And see how people got to come back and say conspiracy theorists were right after you find out shit. But who wanna deal with somebody that's how they deal with life, always reacting and responding, not always playing it safe and never getting ahead of anything, never following your gut, what your gut say, not always trusting in what you see, but what comes out and what you being told. That's the response he talking about. That's some bullshit.
Necessarily the case. One could easily say we should stop acting like a viral moment is a verdict when we should know better. But we know that we're not living in in that day and age. And a lot of people are willing to convict one another in the court of public opinion. Call it algorithmic amplification, call it, people jumping to conclusions because it's profitable for them to do so. Call it people just needing to have something to say and to finding a way to make sure their voice is heard. That's all cool because it's par for the course in today's day and age. We also have to understand that you should be very, very hesitant to impugn the integrity of certain people who are as accomplished and who.
You hear that? You ought to be more thoughtful of accusing people that are successful and that are a certain caliber. Did you hear what this nigga just said? Did you hear that? We need to be careful of calling people like this out. Damn. He keeping it real with you. I'm gonna rewind it back. Damn.
Call it people just needing to have something to say and to finding a way to make sure their voice is heard. That's all cool.
Listen to this.
Because it's par for the course in today's day and age. We also have to understand that you should be very, very hesitant to impugn the integrity of certain people who are as accomplished and who have done as much as Michael Jordan has done. Today is his 63rd birthday. Just won the Daytona 500. Playing around.
63rd birthday, 666, mark of the beast. Ball. Bam. And what's crazy, he won the race, his team. Mind you, Michael Jordan just won a lawsuit. He against NASCAR prior to him winning. So not only did he win a lawsuit that they settled out of court for hundreds of millions of dollars, he just won his first Daytona 500. Okay. And it's his 63rd birthday, which is 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, which is supreme mathematics that's taught in the 5% nation, which marks the mark of man. Okay, carbon, which is quote unquote the mark of the beast. You understand?
With a kid while his father was standing right there. And that's the kind of conclusion that we jump to. Again, you can understand in this day and age how some people
understand.
But I saw the video. It's a non-story in my opinion, based on what I saw. If it was a story, I would have touched it more. I would have touched it more fervently, especially in the day and age that we're living in. But that's not what I saw. Do I know the man? Yes. See a friend? You're damn right he is. But this don't have anything to do with what I saw on video, and it doesn't have anything to do with the bigger message that I'm trying to articulate, and that is a rush to judgment with enjoyment attached to it.
Lewis is Michael Jordan video touching a little boy. I don't want to see it, bro. Michael Jordan touching little boy at NASCAR. Are people really reaching or what?
A championship celebration has quickly turned into an online controversy after 23XI Racing secured a major victory at the Daytona 500. Co-owner Michael Jordan joined driver Tyler Reddick and his family in the winner's circle. But a short broadcast clip from the celebration is now going viral for a different reason. The footage shows Jordan interacting with Reddick's young son, Bo, appearing to grab or pinch the child around the lower back during the excitement. Some viewers quickly labeled the moment inappropriate, arguing that a public figure should be more cautious during a televised celebration. Others say the backlash is being blown out of proportion, noting that Jordan clearly knows the family and that the clip may look worse when isolated and replayed online. So far, neither Jordan nor Reddick has commented publicly. A historic win, and now a divided internet.
Crazy, bro. But like I said, man, when you like shit, when you got that much going on, man, you get off. I mean, and then the dad look like he done spoke out. So I'm pretty sure he taking up for Jordan. Shit. So hey.
He had NASCAR champion. Because Michael Jordan yesterday became a champion in NASCAR for the first time in when did he actually become an owner? Like 2020 or so?
Yeah.
Wow. So that's crazy. Michael Jordan, NASCAR ritual. All right, hold on. Bathroom break for a second, guys. Hold on. Don't leave me. Hold on. What up, y'all? Thank y'all for not going nowhere. Man, y'all the greatest, man. Shit, man. After the bathroom break, man, I had to give me some snack. But anyway, I am back, man. But yeah, man, I want y'all to check this out.
Okay, guys, Michael Jordan is getting backlash for this clip right here. You'll see him picking or like grabbing this kid. So a lot of people online think it was inappropriate. As you can see here, people are not happy. Now, some people are coming to Michael Jordan's defense. They're saying this video clip does not give the full context. So right before this, there's the kid again. This is his father, Tyler Riddick. He wins the race, grabs his kid, and he has this like water bottle. When he whips it around, he wets his kid. Michael Jordan is co-owner of that team, and he's close with that family. What's being said is that he was trying to get the water off his shirt. I've heard Ice too. I don't know if Ice was even involved, but yeah, a lot of people still ain't going for that. Some people are apologizing to Michael Jordan. I saw this interview with Stephen Smith and Tyler Riddick, his dad. Stephen asked Tyler what he thinks about the situation, and Tyler says, "I'm not seeing what they're seeing, so I'm not really tripping. I know Michael." People's opinions are still split. He said, "Precious child, oh my God." They're saying he's looking the other way. Some people are saying, "God, there's nothing sexual about this." But yeah, guys, I don't know. I don't think that Michael Jordan would just do this in the middle of everybody, all these cameras rolling. Unless y'all think this is just like a sign or something. But this is what I've heard. He was getting ice or water off the shirt. Okay, guys, this video ends here. As I always say.
All right, now check this out. Look at the color of the logo of the team. Chubba Casino.
Because the last video I did
Chubba.
talking about it, YouTube and me.
Chubba Casino NASCAR team.
They had to restore it after I appealed.
Okay, this is
Well, in this video,
Chubba Casino NASCAR.
how Tumba has changed their rule.
Check this out.
I still can't get that last lap out of my head.
Look at this shit. This how they won.
Exactly why we love super speedway racing. And exactly why
this how they
guys
won
are
now.
Absolutely crazy at the same time. 1 second you're on your feet thinking you're about to witness something historic, and the next second it's just smoke.
Check them out. You do know in NASCAR you have teammates. I don't know if y'all remember the movie Ricky Bobby with Will Ferrell. These type of things happen all the time. So drivers have teammates. They come out of the same camp. Yeah.
And heartbreak flying across the tri-oval.
This is how they
What
won.
makes this one hurt even more is that it felt like we were this close to seeing a storybook moment. The kind of Daytona 500 finish we'd be talking about for years. Instead, we're arguing about decisions, speed.
Look at that shit. 4-5.
And whether
Michael
it's
Jordan no number.
actually real. Or just something we imagined in the
Look out. Chumba Casino. Number 45, which is Jordan's old number when he first came back to the NBA.
heat of the moment. This isn't just about one move. It's about legacy. It's about frustration boiling over. It's about teammates making split-second calls at 200 miles per hour.
You know what it said? Teammate. It's about teammates making split decisions at 200 miles per hour. Didn't I just tell you? Most people don't even know that NASCAR you have teammates that drive. Check them out. I'll let them play it again. I'll let them say it again.
It's about legacy. It's about frustration boiling over. It's about teammates making split-second calls at 200 miles per hour. And now the entire NASCAR garage is split on what really would have happened if things played out differently.
See?
If you're a real NASCAR fan, you know moments like this shape a season. Before we break it all down, do me a quick favor. Hit that like button, subscribe to NASCAR Nation Report. We're a new channel trying to build a real community of diehard fans, and we're pushing toward our first 5,000 subscribers. If you live and breathe NASCAR like I do, you're in the right place. All right, let's talk about what really went down. The chaos unfolded in the closing seconds of the Daytona 500 at Daytona International Speedway. And if you've watched enough super speedway racing, you already know how razor thin the margins are there. Coming off turn 4, Brad Keselowski had a monster run. And let's not forget, this was his 17th start in the Great American Race, a former Cup Series champion, an owner-driver at RFK Racing, a guy who showed up to the track earlier in the week with a walking stick and still looked like he had a real shot at finally grabbing that Daytona 500 trophy that's always slipped through his fingers. He had help too, a strong push from Joey Logano behind him. The run was building fast, and you could see it. You could feel it. The 6 car was coming. Up front, Tyler Reddick in the 45 Toyota had just gotten a massive shove from his teammate Riley Herbst in the 35. Herbst did exactly what a teammate is supposed to do at first. He pushed Reddick clear. That shove is a big reason Reddick crossed the line first. And let's pause there for a second. That win made Reddick the 44th different driver to win the Daytona 500.
44.
His first win in this race.
It's Donald Trump. You got the 44th and the 45th president. Look, he the 44th person to win number 45. This shit ritual, bro.
His maiden Daytona 500 victory. The first for Toyota since Denny Hamlin won it back in 2020. That's a big deal. That's history. Reddick was emotional afterward.
Right.
He said he didn't know if he'd ever win this race. He talked about how his son asked him before the race, "Are you finally going to win this one?" And he said something about that day just felt right. That's the kind of moment that makes Daytona magical. But here's where everything exploded. After pushing Reddick, Herbst tried to bounce to the outside of Chase Elliott to grab second place. The problem? Keselowski was already there, with that huge run, with Logano pushing, and with maybe a shot at the win. Herbst moved from the bottom all the way up the track trying to block. Contact happened. The 35 and the 6 slammed across the line. Cars piled in. Smoke everywhere. Keselowski ends up 5th. Damaged nose. Another Daytona heartbreak. And he did not hold back. He said the 35 just wrecked me out of nowhere for no reason.
You heard that, right?
One of the dumbest things I've ever seen.
You heard that?
Said Herbst had no chance of blocking that run. Said he had a huge run and wanted the opportunity to find out if he could catch the 45. He even broke it down. Said a 1-lane block might make sense. But to go from the very bottom to the very top and wreck yourself and everybody else? He called it stupid. Very, very stupid.
Not for the win.
Frustration. And honestly, if you're a fan of the 6 car, you felt it too. Because here's the reality. Keselowski hasn't won in 60 races.
Right.
60. His last victory came at Darlington back in 2024. Every near miss stings a little more when you're in a drought like that. And Daytona, that's the one that would have erased all of it in a second. But then comes the other side of this. On his Actions Detrimental podcast, Denny Hamlin stepped in and basically said, "Pump the brakes." Hamlin said we're living in fairy tale land if we think the 6 was actually going to win that race. And he didn't just throw out an opinion, he brought numbers. He said the 6 car was running 192 miles per hour. The 45 was running 188.5 at the same point. Sounds like Keselowski is faster, right? But Hamlin pointed out the distance, about 4 car lengths back, roughly 200 yards to go. He basically said, do the math. The 6 might have gotten beside the 9 of Elliott, but he wasn't getting all the way to Reddick. And that's where this debate gets interesting, because emotionally, it felt like Keselowski was coming. But mathematically, maybe Hamlin is right. As fans, we live in that split second. We see momentum. We see a run. We believe in the slingshot. But Hamlin is saying the gap plus the distance equally.
Now, slingshot is a move that was in that movie Ricky Bobby. You remember when I told you? And shit is all coming together now. If you see that movie Ricky Bobby, this movie reminds me, this Daytona 500 reminds me a lot of that movie. About how you allow your partner who never wins shit, he's your teammate. So if you invested in your teammate winning, that's like you winning. If y'all on the same team, even though you ain't getting the trophy, you know? And some people content with their roles, you know? If I'm on a team of winners, shit, I'm a winner. That's probably his mentality.
It's day 19 and the search for it's day
That's the mayor of New York. His mama is mentioned in the Epstein files. It's the new mayor of New York.
The only thing we can be sure of is that it will be
Hey
absolutely
man, I so appreciate y'all, yo. Y'all have no idea how much I appreciate y'all. And y'all being here on my motivation to go live a lot more. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Welcome back to Explain America. This is your host, Kyle Becker. Zohran Mamdani is on a roll, and he is steamrolling New Yorkers. Now that this commie Islamist mayor has gotten his feet underneath him, he is running in a sprint towards communism, and he has stricken a blow against law and order in that city. He is canceling police officers by the thousands, and that's according to his new budget that he just proposed. But he has an even more radical announcement coming in its wake, and people are just scratching their heads. How could this have happened to New York? I think it's because elections have consequences. But before we get into the story, please like, share, and comment at Explain America. Join us. We appreciate your support for common sense journalism. Now, we hate to say that we told you so, except no, we don't really hate to say it.
All right, get to the damn video.
So we will be forced to, unquote. Well, it's funny how none of
New York mayor cancels 5,000 police officers. Hold on, before that though, I thought I saw something crazy. FBI director makes announcement. Where's it, Patel? Cash Patel, last announcement. No, it didn't. It's saying. I thought he was saying something live. Let's see.
Patel, Bongino, that sought out every podcast microphone to talk about the Epstein list. The names are finally going to get released. It begins. They produce white binders. Phase 1 with the podcasters. This is not actually one of them, of course. I made this. Your name's on it, right? And the names are going to come out. Pam Bondi says the list is on her desk. Then a memo comes out all of a sudden and says, there's no list. Oh, no.
Damn. There we go. FBI director connected to Epstein file. There we go. That's what I was looking for.
Enjoy 24-hour access at most Planet Fitness clubs. $1 down, $15 a month. Deal ends at
Breakfast, man. I need to get that YouTube premium.
We have was the same evidence that the Biden and Obama Justice Departments had. And they determined, not me, they determined that that information was not credible.
He's not letting me even ask my questions.
You ask me questions, he gives an answer. You may not like what he says, but that means you get to interrupt him.
Mr. Chairman, I think restored the gentle lady 45 seconds so she can.
Boy, they talking shit. We've been missing it, y'all. Goddamn.
You are not answering the question. The question
I
is,
have, you just don't like the answer.
Are these women credible? It's a yes or no answer.
I have answered the question.
Well, what is the answer?
Telling you, I'm the only FBI director that has welcomed new information in this case. This administration is the only one that has welcomed any new information.
Didn't I say that?
Yes.
Didn't I say that?
Present new credible information. Present new information.
Are the victims credible? Victims
not. I'll tell you what happened in the last Trump administration.
Or not. You
Victims credibly came forward, and you know what happened? President Trump authorized the indictments of Jeffrey Epstein, not Biden, not Obama, no one else.
The entire thing, a Democratic hoax. So I would like to ask
The gentlelady's time expired. I get her the additional 45 seconds she requested. The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for his 5 minutes.
meet with the women who were sexually abused and raped and groomed at the ages of 14 and 16 years old. Are you going to cover up? Are you going to continue to
recognize the gentleman from New Jersey for his 5 minutes?
men, including those that might be on this committee?
I can yell through, Mr. Chairman. I want to yell. To tie along to the gentleman from New Jersey, I appreciate the gentleman yielding back.
Mr. Patel,
Go ahead.
will you allow them to testify to you?
Mr. Patel.
This the FBI director, y'all.
I know it's been an interesting and difficult 2 days. And I wasn't going to talk about the Epstein thing because there's a lot of other issues that affect the FBI. But I have to say a few words. I've sat here, I've listened to this, I've watched it. And my Democratic colleagues are so concerned now, Mr. Patel, all of a sudden. Where were they last year? Where were they the year before? Where were they the year before that? Where was the last president in any of this? All I know, the only thing I see is a single letter from the ranking member that was sent in 2019 that he didn't like the plea deal, and some people signed on to that. Most of the truth, the real truth, let's be honest, let's be intellectually honest. The real truth is we didn't hear from them at all. Anybody of them. Hardly any of them ever mentioned it. Some of them didn't mention it at all until the beginning of this year. Earlier in the year it started. Not one Democrat asked Director Wray. We all
See how they trying to play the politics with it?
multiple
And she just asked, are the victims credible? They couldn't even answer that simple. See what I'm saying?
Where was
That's
the
fucked up.
concern for the victims then? Where was the moral righteousness then? Where was the outrage then? Where was the sense of duty then? Where was the desire for accountability then? Where was the urgency for justice then? Most of all, where the hell was the integrity then? You know what the truth is. Let's just say it, man. Tell the truth time. The truth is, it's politically useful for them to try to do this now, even though they didn't give a damn about it in the past. And you know what? That's an insult to the victims, and that's an insult to America. Continue to do what you're doing. Continue to uncover what needs to be uncovered. One real quick thing before I say anything to 9/11. We know that was mishandled by the past director and by the past FBI.
This dude is reaching, bro. This nigga talking about 9/11 and shit. God, dog.
I ask you, please, to meet with them, to talk to them, and to investigate this with truth. You know, in the Biden administration, we went through a very dark and difficult period of time. The FBI trust was broken with the people. Catholics were, this is the stuff we've been talking about, were labeled radical threats for praying in their churches with their rosaries. Parents at school boards were called terrorists for standing up for their children. Hindu holy men in New Jersey.
This nigga talking about Hindu holy men.
They were attacked. They were put up against the wall with guns to their heads. So it isn't just a Catholic or Christian thing. American Jews were targeted.
This is fucked up. You hear this dude deflecting, bro? Oh my God.
Damn. We can't go back to targeting religion. We can't go back to silencing free speech. The Biden administration did that. So I got questions for you. Hopefully thoughtful questions that you can answer for us in a thoughtful way. How is this FBI now, under your leadership, how are we restoring trust for Catholics, for Hindus, for Jews, for parents, for all the other, for just American people that were targeted by FISA because they had a different viewpoint? How are we restoring that trust?
This is fucked up.
Multiple ways, sir. One, and maybe most importantly, is through transparency and providing the American public with the material so they can see, read it themselves as to what the abuses were in the past, whether it relates to the Catholic memo or the Hindu incident you talked about at the largest temple in North America. Any institution of faith and any member of faith will not be investigated by this FBI because they are men and women of faith ever, period.
And nor should they. Nor should they.
Wow. Are you hearing that shit?
The amendments to the freedom of speech, freedom to believe in what you want to believe in. I know you're standing up for that. Continue. I'm sorry.
No, that's it. Sorry.
Okay. The Richmond memo was driven by a reliance on sources. The Southern Poverty Law Center. You know, the words sound nice, but the organization's not so nice. And we've seen the Anti-Defamation League distort data that counts as violent.
They literally got off the Epstein shit.
Partisan sources. We welcome all sources, but we want objectivity and neutrality.
That's crazy.
Decency in the way we report all this. Have you been able to uncover any information there? How do we make sure our sources are good in the future?
We have reviewed the source processes that infiltrate any institutions of faith, and they will no longer be going into institutions of faith. They will be directed towards criminal activity and protecting the homeland, the two most important missions the FBI has, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
Good. And I'll say this, there was a lot of bull today. A lot of, you know what, and I'm not going to say it because I respect the institution so much going on around here. Continue to do the work of the people. You are here for that reason. The administration is here for that reason. It was weaponized and politicized, the FBI in the past. Hope to God we never, ever see that again. One of the darkest parts of American history. Thank you. I yield.
Chairman, under unanimous consent, when he yields back, the gentleman from New York is recognized for UC.
I would like to introduce a CNN article that explains how an alleged top leader of the MS-13 gang was dismissed. His case was dismissed in Brooklyn so that he could be deported back to El Salvador, even though he was charged with murder.
Objection.
Mr. Chairman, I have I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article titled Justice Department told Trump in May that his name is among many in the Epstein files.
Objection.
Thank you. She on that Epstein file. She on his ass.
2025 article by the New York Times entitled How a Frantic Scouring of the Epstein Files Consumed the Justice Department, stating that DOJ and FBI employees reviewing the Epstein files were instructed.
Boy, Arrow uses.
God damn, they know where to throw that commercial, bitch.
So I can.
For unanimous consent, request to enter into the
Yeah, Epstein file. They don't want to talk about that, boy.
Guardian entitled Elaine Maxwell hinted at Epstein's ties to Trump officials. Why wasn't she pressed for names? Stating that Maxwell told Deputy U.S. Attorney Todd Blanche that some of the quote cast of characters around Epstein are in Trump's cabinet.
Without objection. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Patel, for coming before us to testify today. I am concerned by your repeated claims that you're not able to disclose anything further about the Epstein investigation files and that there's no evidence of a broader.
Yo, that dude try to deflect, boy. Woo.
Because the American people aren't verifying that you've been transparent or that.
Yo, Cat, what's good, man?
in your exchange with my
Chilling, my boy, chilling.
something that I heard you say yesterday in your Senate testimony, and that is under your direction, the FBI will
Yep.
always follow.
I know you did. And man, I appreciate y'all still rocking with me, man.
And just now you said you welcome the opportunity to investigate new evidence. So there has been significant recent reporting just in the last couple of weeks that after Jeffrey.
They've been deflecting their ass off.
Major banks flagged more than $1.5 billion in suspicious transactions connected to him that suggested a massive conspiracy related to his child sex trafficking activities. Director Patel, has the FBI reviewed the 1.5 billion in suspicious bank transactions flagged
Follow the money
relating to Epstein and his sex trafficking. Would you agree?
I'm here, I'm back.
One of the valuable investigative tools.
Have Jeffrey Epstein's victims have asked us to ask you whether or not you've investigated Epstein's lawyers, the lawyers who facilitated those payments. Have you subpoenaed or questioned any of those lawyers?
So in 2018,
Yeah, man. I'm chilling, Jay.
Many, if not every one of those lawyers.
Cake, what's good?
But you weren't there at that time.
I wasn't there.
Okay, so can you get us the names and the numbers of who was investigated then with respect to those lawyers?
As long as I'm allowed to release it, absolutely.
Okay, well, if we provide you with subpoenas, I assume you can release it. Is that right?
We have a current subpoena and we're working with Congress to provide it.
Uh-oh.
You said that the Acosta investigation had an original sin. What do you mean by that?
Basically, if you're looking at an actual pedophile ring, what you should not do is limit the time frame in which you're legally able to collect information. So search warrants that Mr. Acosta utilized in 2006 and 7 leading to the 2008 plea agreement had a very specific narrow window of years, I think 3 or 4 years. And so information pursuant to legal process wasn't collected for 10 years or 15 years or 20 years. It also, subpoenas were not sent out to hundreds of witnesses at the time, hundreds of victims at the time. None of that was done. None of these people were put in grand juries. And so the totality of information from the jump, instead of being this big, was like this. That, in my opinion, is not how you run an investigation if you're trying to break a sex trafficking ring.
So you're now in charge of the FBI. Why haven't you done that investigation?
Great question. And here's the answer. Simply because I am not able to go back 20 years and collect information that the courts had decided was already subject to search warrants. They have said this was an investigation. There's a non-prosecution agreement out of that.
And who put those judges in place?
And this is where it comes into play. When the case was reopened in 2018 and 2019, the search warrants, again, were limited to the conduct of Jeffrey Epstein. Now, whether that's right or wrong, that's a different discussion, but I'm telling you, that's the answer.
Well, I think it is a different discussion, and I think the discussion we'd like to have today is why you aren't following the money with respect to the.
Did I say follow the money?
Conspiracy that it has been reported in the New York Times and elsewhere. And that if you really want to attack the issue, if you wanted to attack the issue, if you wanted to get to the bottom of it, if you wanted to disclose what really was involved in the Epstein files, the Epstein cover-up, that you would be taking very different actions that you are today. I do want to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the New York Times September 8th, 2025 article, How J.P. Morgan Enabled the Crimes of Jeffrey Epstein.
Objection.
And also.
Objection.
July 17th, 2025, in the Epstein case, follow the money.
Objection.
Okay.
Objection.
The lady yields back.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
thank you much. Pursuant to clause 2K6 of Rule 11, I move that the committee subpoena the CEOs of four banks: JP Morgan, that's Jamie Dimon, New York Mellon, Robin Vince, Bank of America, Brian Moynihan, and Deutsche Bank, Christian Sewing, in order to get the suspicious transaction reports. These four banks have flagged.
Now this is the ball. This the Satan's tan. This the the Satan's the satanic shit.
Maxwell and all of their collaborators.
Maxwell and Epstein shit. This is shit we were talking about earlier.
Totaling around $20 million. And so these $1.5 billion in SARS reports we should get, especially since the director doesn't.
$1.5 billion and $20 million increments.
Been very forthcoming. We will hold any motion to subpoena in abeyance until the conclusion of the hearing. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Patel, for being here. It is quite clear that certain members of this committee, they want their 15 seconds on TV, stamping and going. Maybe it's for fundraising. Maybe they're struggling in their district. They need a little bump. But
damn,
they turn a committee into a clown show, and that's what we're seeing. You're being unjustly attacked today. I watched the Senate hearings yesterday. You were attacked there. We know there's an agenda. There's always an agenda. It's the same characters with the same personalities, the same objective, and that is destroy the mega movement. You're being attacked, Director, is because you're effective. You highlighted what you've been doing in DC with the president and reducing violent crime. You're very effective. Another individual that was very effective,
nigga kissing ass, ain't
meaningful debate and dialogue, was Charlie Kirk. And they killed him for it. Charlie Kirk was a man of faith. First and foremost, he loved his Lord Jesus. He loved his family.
He loved his Lord Jesus.
Wife, beautiful children. Just a remarkable, honorable man that was silenced with this assassin's bullet. I would say if Charlie Kirk lived in the biblical times, he'd have been the 13th disciple. He'd have been the 13th disciple.
Do you hear that shit?
We have a new committee. You're not aware, a new select committee we got in January 6th.
Hold on, bro. This nigga said if Charlie Kirk was in biblical times, this nigga be the 13th disciple, bro. I done heard it all. I done heard it all. They won't even let me go back.
Closing Stadium Emporia, home of the largest jackpots in Virginia, and we're just one.
I can go back though.
Check out the
When this shit
sham committee.
I would, yeah, this shit done cut me off. I know you fucking lying. This dude said if Charlie Kirk.
Millions of pages of documents related to Jeffrey.
So pretty much, man, I ain't gonna hold y'all.
Child.
I just wanted to pretty much shed light on the we can see what's up with Pam Bundy right quick, and then let's see. The satanic sex ring in Hollywood. Epstein sex trafficking. Satanic. This is shit with the UN. And I told you earlier, Nicki Minaj spoke at the UN.
The Epstein files might just lay out a case for crimes against humanity. That's what a group of experts say in a new report from the United Nations Human Rights Council. Notably, the report from the Special Rapporteurs states that the files contain, quote, disturbing and credible evidence of systemic and large-scale sexual abuse, trafficking, and exploitation of women and girls. That conclusion contradicts U.S. officials. According to an Associated Press review of internal Justice Department documents, the DOJ and FBI concluded there was little evidence Epstein led a sex trafficking ring. The UN report urged that, quote, these crimes must be prosecuted in all competent national and international courts. So far, only Epstein and his partner, Ghislaine Maxwell, have been charged with related crimes, to the outrage of both victims and advocates. Going further, the UN report slammed the release process of the files, kickstarted by the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which was signed into law in November of 2025. It said the release was comprised of serious compliance failures and botched redactions that exposed victim information. They urged the US to lift all statutes of limitations around these crimes. Survivors of Epstein's abuse met with the UN Special Rapporteur and stated they had been re-traumatized by the release and subjected to, quote, institutional gaslighting. While the report is filled with strong language from independent human rights experts, it carries no direct legal consequences, meaning so far, there are no new charges brought by any international or national criminal court related to Epstein.
That's crazy. So none of this shit pretty much ain't gonna exist. He disappeared, avoid prosecution. That's crazy. They put a body double in with Maxwell, and all she do was plead the fifth. I'm gonna show you, bro. Hold on. Maxwell's I plead the fifth deposition. Let's see. See, that's a short, but let me see if I can get some.
Enjoy 24-hour access to most blended fitness clubs.
Mind you, earlier in the live, we already discovered that ain't even a real person.
Join our newest club in Pocosin.
And then I'll leave y'all alone.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new home. From the Kelly Blue Press down in Franklin. Buy online, reserved from select dealers.
To the Jeffrey Epstein case, Ghislaine Maxwell appearing virtually before a House committee pleading the fifth today. Tonight, you'll see the video right here. Her lawyer saying she is prepared to speak honestly if granted.
Look at the real one.
What her lawyer said about President Trump and President Clinton. Rachel Scott.
Look at that shit.
Tonight, newly released video showing Jeffrey Epstein's only convicted co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, appearing before lawmakers from a Texas prison, refusing to answer questions unless President Trump grants her clemency first.
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Maxwell, who is currently challenging her conviction and 20-year sentence for trafficking minors to Epstein, pleading the fifth. Her lawyer stating she is prepared to speak fully and honestly if granted clemency by President Trump, adding both President Trump and President Clinton are innocent of any wrongdoing. Ms. Maxwell alone can explain why. President Trump, who was friends with Epstein for more than 2 decades, has not ruled out a pardon for Maxwell. Today, the House Oversight Committee's top Republican warning against it.
She's asked for clemency from the president. So I personally don't think she should be granted any type of immunity or clemency.
Democrats arguing Maxwell.
Y'all heard that, Dave?
This was an effort to essentially try to secure her pardon by keeping her mouth shut.
The fallout from the more than 3 million pages of Epstein files released by the Justice Department late last month still growing. Democrats and at least one Republican now calling on Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick to resign. Lutnick insisted he distanced himself from Epstein in 2005, even calling him gross on a podcast last fall.
I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. That guy was there. I wasn't going because he's gross.
The files released by the DOJ showed the two were still in contact. This email showing an appointment for drinks in 2011, years after.
Years after, the nigga said the nigga was gross. He said he was gross, but look at this shit. Meeting up for drinks with him. Ain't that some shit?
Epstein first pleaded guilty to sex crimes. R.J. O'Brien asked me if the committee
Been talking to anyone that might have any information that would help us get justice for the survivors.
And David, tonight, for the first time, lawmakers were able to review the unredacted Jeffrey Epstein files at the Department of Justice. 2 lawmakers tonight saying they found more names that need to be released to the public. David?
Rachel Scott live up on the Hill for us. Rachel, thank you.
Dang. That's crazy. That's wild, man. But yeah, man. I'm get on out of here. Again, I want to thank everybody for pulling up, man. I really, really thought this was an interesting topic, being that Prince Andrew got arrested. Um, man, we was up here 4 hours, man, just vibing, man. So I really, really appreciate everybody for coming through. And shit, who knows? I might go live tonight, tomorrow, I don't know. But I definitely want to start doing more stream yards, just building with y'all about stuff like this. So again, man, do a little roll call, just thanking everybody that pulled up. Sabrina, thank you for pulling up. Rain, thank you. Win, thank you. It's been a minute, brother. Coach Ferg, what up, Coach Ferg? I didn't even know you pulled up, brother. Oh man, bro. I appreciate that, Coach Ferg. I really, really appreciate that. I'm bad. Yeah, man. So Coach Ferg, I really appreciate you. Um, Let me see. Regina pulled up. I appreciate you. Sean, I appreciate you. Regina Massey, thank you, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody, man. So, who else pulled up? Big Ward, I appreciate you for sure, brother. Thank you, man. Cookie, thank you. Sean, Cap, I appreciate you, man. Kate, I appreciate you. Yo, everybody, man. Damn, Coach Ferg, man, damn, I missed you hours ago, bro. Damn, I'm sorry, man. I appreciate you, but when I run into you again, I definitely gotta show you love for pulling up on me, man. That's respect right there, Coach Ferg. I really appreciate that, man. I really do. So hey man, on that note, I'm out. Um Bless everybody. Hey man. One day at a time. Hey man, shit, we all still trying to learn and figure things out. You know what I mean? Don't nobody have this thing mapped out perfectly. So it's important that we keep God first and hey man, we be cool, I would be cool, all right? Until next time, God bless. And I'm out this mofo. Peace.